Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the regular council meeting of Tuesday, June 23rd. In-person council meeting with electronic public participation. I'll call the meeting to order. Ask if you'll stand and join us in the singing of O Canada. Thank you. Item 2.2, I'll just ask if you'll join me in a moment of silent reflection, please. Thank you. Item 2.3 is the adoption of the open session agenda. Councillor Richardson, I believe you have that.
I do, and thank you through you. Moved by myself, Councillor Richardson, second by Councillor Vale, that the agenda for the open session of the regular council meeting on Tuesday, June 23rd, 2020 be adopted as circulated. Thank you.
Thank you. All in favor? That's passed. Is there any disclosure of pecuniary interest on anything on today's agenda? Seeing none. Notices and information by members of council and staff. Council, anybody have anything they want to announce? Pretty quiet these days. Councillor Helmsley.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Last week, Dr. Lynn Noseworthy, who is the Medical Officer of Health, Haliburton, Kawartha, Pine Ridges, was recognized by ALPHA, the provincial body, for her performance over 32 years in the service of public health. And a hearty congratulations to her. I know how hard she works and how much she has contributed to public health over that period of time.
Thank you. Councillor Ashmore.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I have a couple of announcements and thank yous. First one is to thank a few people here in the community in Ward 6 that came together to help for the Bob Cajun Area COVID-19 Relief Fund. I wanted to thank Barry Marr and the staff at the Omemee Medical Center, Omemee Veterinary Hospital, and Paws and Company in Lindsay for donating much needed supplies to that worthy cause, and I'd like to thank them. The Downeyville Hall is still carrying on its bottle drive, and proceeds will be going to the Downeyville Hall renovation project. All bottles and cans can be deposited behind the Downeyville Hall at any time. I'd like to thank the Omemee Lions and the Lioness Club for their bottle drive, which donated quite a significant donation to the Omemee Food Bank. And finally, I'd like to congratulate the Lindsay Drive-In. The Lindsay Drive-In is just located on the edge of Ward 6, first of all, for being allowed to open up. They're quite happy about that, and for being allowed to be one of the select few drive-in theaters in North America to host Garth Brooks live next Saturday. So congratulations on achieving that.
Great, thank you. Any other announcements by council? Councillor Seymour Fagan?
Yes, I would like to thank everyone who donated, volunteered, who stepped up during what's happened in Pinecrest. There were so many people came together to assist everyone from Conquer COVID to businesses donated over $200,000 that we've been able to give out to different parts of the community. It wasn't just Bob Cajun, it was also the entire city of Kawartha Lakes that came together for this, and we were also able to help the entire city of Kawartha Lakes with this fund. So I just wanted to say thank you, and it just shows how strong we are in working together.
Thank you. Councillor Richardson?
Thank you, and through you, at this time, I'd like to send a big shout out to all our 2020 graduates for the city of Kawartha Lakes, our grade 8 grads and our high schools and our post-secondary. It's an unprecedented year for them, and I just wanted to wish them all the best in their future.
You're here. Thank you. Any other announcements by council? Councillor O'Reilly?
As I mentioned before, the Lindsay Fair and the International Clown Matches has been canceled. The Lindsay Fair is working on a virtual fair this year, and so they're anybody interested with ideas are always willing to listen to them. Thank you.
Thank you. That's it for council. Our staff, limited staff. I think we're good. We'll move into item 5, which is council minutes. I need a motion that the minutes of the March 19th, 2020 regular council meeting, April 28th, 2020 special council meeting, and the May 26th, 2020 special council meeting be received and adopted, please. Councillor O'Reilly and Dunn. Questions, comments, all in favor? That's passed. Thank you. We'll move right into deputations. We have some Zoom deputations. Our first deputation is item 6.1 regarding parking restrictions on the road allowance at the west end of Clonsilla Drive and Elmer Drive. It's regarding item 9.1.1 on the agenda. And our first deputant, I believe, is Ann Davidson, the president of Country Club Heights Association. We can invite Ann into our meeting. Welcome, Ann. Thanks for joining us. And I'll just remind all deputants that we have, each one has 5 minutes to say what they need to say, and then we'll see if there's any questions. So thank you for joining us today.
Thank you for the opportunity to speak today. My name is Ann Davidson. I'm the president of the Country Club Heights Association, Inc., and I represent the owners of 48 lots in Plan 577, known as Country Club Heights, or CCH. Attached to each of our titles is an easement over private property abutting the entire west boundary of Clonsilla Road and proceeding south to end at a small beach on Sturgeon Lake. The location can be found in appendices B, C, and D of the supplemental documents that I submitted. Today, I'm speaking to the petition that was submitted to Council on March 10th this year by Brian Brether and myself, and the subsequent report prepared by the Land Management Committee, or the LMC, as directed by Council on March 19th. To start with, the title on the LMC's report is misleading, as the request in the petition accepted by Council is to amend bylaw 2018-196, which prohibited parking along the entire length of Clonsilla and Elmer Drives, and to amend it in a manner which would allow parking on the road allowance at the west end of these two roads. In our petition, we did not ask for formal parking lot nor specific number of parking spaces to be constructed. We simply want to park on the road allowance as we have been doing for over 30 years, almost 40, until this bylaw was passed. I've submitted a detailed supporting document which addresses each concern raised by the LMC, and I urge you to read it thoroughly before making your decision. I'm only able to touch on a few highlights here. The CCH residents use this road allowance because it is the only access point to the deeded easement. I cannot emphasize this enough. It was not just a casual agreement between a former landowner and owners in Plan 577, but a formal indenture signed in 1983 with a reference map and duly deposited in the Land Registry Office of Victoria County. Use of Clonsilla and Elmer Drives by CCH residents was further sanctioned by the city in 2007 in a letter from the city solicitor, Heather Richardson, Appendix E. She reminds the reader that assumed or unassumed roads on registered plans are public roads and the public have the right to travel and park upon such roads. She makes a point of saying that, quote, the East Beehive Community Association has no jurisdiction over the roads and may not prevent use of the roads by the public in general or by members of CCHA Inc. to access their deeded beach land, end of quote. There has been no change in population density nor amount of traffic on these roads since that date to warrant any change in their use. Following that assurance, CCH residents periodically maintain a narrow pedestrian pathway for safety reasons, as it is not maintained by the city. In contrast, the maintenance performed by the landowners abutting the road allowance has consisted of cutting grass, clearing brush, planting trees, erecting a fence, all significantly encroaching on municipal property, making the road allowance appear much narrower and their lots much larger. And this is a large area of road allowance, 100 feet in width and 160 to 180 feet from the fence line to the graveled U-shaped portion of the roadway. Plenty of room for the 2 existing driveways, as well as parking for cars without blocking any intersections or driveways. It is flat and dry, unlike the boulevard between the 2 graveled portions of the roads where it is reasonable to restrict parking. I also want you to note that the sketch of the proposed parking area attached to the LMC report is not the sketch that was submitted in our petition. I ask you to refer to the illustration I submitted, Appendix F, for the proposed parking area that was also included in our original petition. Approximately 90% of the homeowners in CCH are senior citizens and 90% are permanent year-round residents. Younger ones in the community want to use the easement for launching a kayak, others want to bring their grandchildren to the beach, and still others who are less able may occasionally want to come down and just sit by the water. None of these activities can be pursued if CCH residents are unable to drive to and park close to the easement area. CCH residents are not a threat to the safety and security of East Beehive residents. Any cars that block driveways should, of course, be ticketed, but to date, no fines or tickets have ever been issued to CCH cars using this roadway. In conclusion, I urge you to vote to amend bylaw 2018-196 in favor of allowing parking on the road allowance at the west end of Clensilla. It is a simple request to use public property as it is intended to be used, to traverse across and to park on, to reach private property, a small portion over which we have a deeded easement. There is no extra cost to the city of Kawartha Lakes. It meets the strategic goal of promoting an exceptional quality of life when residents can visit and make use of the shoreline who otherwise might not be able to do so. The environment will not be impacted any more than what has already occurred in the past by East Beehive residents. Finally, I respectfully suggest that the LMC's report does not meet the goal of good governance, as there was no consultation, with the CCH community when the parking restriction was first introduced, nor when this most recent report was compiled. Thank you again, Mayor Lethem, for the opportunity to speak. I welcome any questions.
Thank you, Ann. We appreciate that. We'll just ask for a motion to receive the deputation and the correspondence that came along with it. If somebody will do that, Councillor Dunn and Yo, thank you. Are there any questions for the deputant while we have her on Zoom? Councillor Seymour Fagan, go ahead.
Yes, exactly what do you have access to at Egan Ridge?
Nothing. It's private property. The only access we have is over the easement, which is a small portion of the property, which I explained starts at the road allowance and proceeds south to the shoreline.
So do you have access to the beach? Like, is the beach the Country Club Heights beach, or is it Egan Ridge's beach?
It is Egan Ridge's property, and they also use it for guests at their resort.
Okay, so you have basically a walkway on the west side to get down to the beach.
Correct.
But you don't want to walk down that, you want to park at the bottom.
No, we're asking to park on the road allowance, the municipal road allowance. There is an opening in the fence, a pedestrian walkway that we've been using for years, in which we walk down to the beach area. And right now, we're just asking for us to be allowed to park on that wide road allowance at the end of Clensilla so that we can continue to walk down and use that beach area. But it is the only way we can get there. We cannot cross Egan Ridge property, and I have been informed by the manager there that he would consider it trespassing if we go across other parts of his private property to reach that easement area.
Okay, so I'm a bit confused here. So is the beach is Egan Ridge's, but you're allowed to go on there, but you're not allowed to walk on the rest of the area?
Correct.
So if it's Egan Ridge's, they're allowing you to go on it, but it's not yours.
Well, we have a deeded right in our title saying that we can use that section of property to access the lake.
So you can use the section of property to access Egan Ridge's beach, but if Egan Ridge at some point said, well, we don't want you using the beach, then you can't use the beach? I don't know, I'm just asking.
No, well, it's in our title that we can use the beach, and when the current owners purchased the property, they were well aware of the fact that there is an easement over that section of their property.
Okay, so you
no
brought up the
other
current owners, and I think that's important because I just spoke with them today, and they said that they don't have an agreement. So, you know, as usual, it's one thing, one person saying one thing, one person saying another. So I just wanted to clarify whose beach it was. So it's Egan Ridge's beach, but in your title, you have access to it. Now, if
Correct.
Egan Ridge also closed off the fence. So how would you get down if they closed off the fence?
I don't know who closed off the fence recently. I was informed by Egan Ridge that they did not do it, and I don't believe the city do it, so I don't know who closed the fence. The fence opening at where it is currently located was created by an employee of the previous owner of that property.
So the fence opening that was existing like last fall was created by the owner of Egan Ridge or a former owner of Egan Ridge?
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
Any further questions for the deputant? Seeing none at this point, we have your correspondence. Thank you, Ann. We've got a motion to receive. All in favor? That's passed. Thank you very much for joining us. We've got item 911 on the report later on in the agenda, and we'll have a discussion then and see what we can do. Thank you. Are you? Perfect. Okay, our next deputation is item 6.2 regarding parking restrictions on the road allowance at the west end of Clonsilla Drive and Elmer Drive. Again, regarding 911 on the agenda. David Esser. Welcome, Mr. Esser. Thanks for joining us today. I'll just remind you, you have 5 minutes for your deputation, and we've just heard from Ann, so go ahead.
Thank you so much, Mr. Mayor and councilors. It's a pleasure to be able to talk to you today. First, I wanted to thank you really for having the courage to pass the no parking bylaw in 2018. Since 2004, the city has been steadfast in its resolve that no part of Clonsilla Road allowance should be used for parking. It's a good decision, it's a safe decision, and it's the right decision. It's a decision that allows us all to sleep at night. This week, my family and I went up to our cottage early Friday morning. It was such a beautiful day. It was warm, it was sunny, if you'll recall. Driving down Clonsilla Drive to our cottage, we passed a father and a young child riding a trike on the road, an older boy riding a mini bike around the circular roadway, a young couple walking their dog, probably going to the beach in the middle of our area. And also we noticed a car parked on the roadway obstructing access to our neighbor's lot. On weekends, our area is very busy. We have lots of grandparents who have their children come up, who have their grandchildren come up. They're visiting parents, they're visiting grandparents. We have that community, beautiful community beach area that is so well maintained. And it's used by the people in our back row cottages. And they've always gotten there by foot. They walk over the narrow roadways because the boulevards are all swampy. And you'll see children, you'll see seniors, you'll see families always traversing this roadway in our community to access their private beach in the middle of that community. As a community, we've always requested no parking on the roads and boulevards and a speed of 15 kilometers per hour on the roadway, all for the safety of our children and our seniors. As some of you know, I'm a physician. I care deeply about people. I care deeply about the responsibility to keep our communities safe. As a doctor, as part of my training, I worked in a children's hospital and their trauma unit. I lose sleep at night worrying about the safety of children and seniors walking on the roads and being hit or seriously injured by a car racing to the end of the street to get to a private beach in a neighboring community. Kids visiting grandparents walking on roadways because there's a swamp in the middle. I know the horror of a child being hit by a car. I have spent hours in the trauma room trying to resuscitate those children. I've seen others have to tell parents that your child didn't make it. I don't want that to happen on our roadway. I don't want it to happen in our neighborhood, in our community. It can happen, and it does happen. I worry when I see cars racing to west end of Consilla, not respecting our posted speed limit of 15 kilometers an hour, because they believe the OPP said it was okay to go 40. I worry when no parking signs are ignored because the bylaw number or start date is not written on them. I worry when another community comes in with chainsaws to cut trees and shrubs on the city road allowance directly in front of my property with absolutely no authority to do so. I worry when we get harassed for pointing out the no parking sign. I worry when people parking there threaten to kill our dogs. I've lived here since 1972. That sense has been solid. There's never been an opening in it until 2004. Elmer Clonsilla is our community road. It's used by pedestrians, owners to access their cottages, and the city uses it to provide services to us, garbage and emergency. There's never been an access road to our neighboring private golf course or beach. They have their own separate access. The country club height deeds allows them to use the private golf course beach in a neighboring property, not to harass our community, cut our shrubs, ignore no parking signs, ignore posted speed limits. Today, I'm asking you to hold the line, keep your resolve, keep our children and seniors as safe as possible, and keep our roads for their intended purpose, and not as a parking lot for users of a neighboring community's private beach. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Esser. I appreciate that. We'll just see if there's any questions for you. I'll get a motion to receive the deputation, please. Councillor Vale, seconded by Councillor Elmsley. Thank you. Are there any questions for Mr. Esser? Councillor Seymour Fagan, go ahead.
Hi, thank you, Dr. Esser. I just wanted to ask you, so the 15-kilometer speed limit, was that posted by the community association or by the city?
I was talking with one of our neighbors, and he said that the city said that that was an acceptable speed. I don't know who posted it, whether it was the city or I don't know. I don't know the answer to that question.
Okay, thank you. And I also wanted to clarify for council, you were mentioning a beach. That beach is not the same beach at Eganridge, right?
Correct. That beach is actually right adjacent to your parents' property, and I'm sure that they see and you see all the children and people that use that beach. But that beach is located in the center of the waterfront cottages of along Clonsilla Drive. So I know on some of the plans it's marked as Area A, I believe, but on the plan 373, that area is clearly marked as a deeded area for the back row cottages. I think lots 13 through 24, they have it in their deeds that's what they use, and they all access that by foot.
Okay, thank you. I have one more question about the bylaw sign with the no parking. I've never really noticed that it has to have dates on it. Did someone tell you that? Is that the law? I don't know.
No, this is what people that park there. So you say, why are you parking there? And say, oh, the sign's illegal. There's no bylaw number on it. There's no date on it. So I'm parking here because there's an illegal sign posted there. So, you know, the parking has been going on even since 2018. There's been multiple pictures sent to municipal law enforcement. There have been multiple complaints. Anna's right. I don't know if anybody's been ticketed or not. But I do know that if you ask municipal law enforcement for pictures documenting since 2018, and they'll have a picture from Friday of a car that actually is parked in the middle of the roadway, obstructing access to the neighbors, which was sent to municipal law enforcement on Friday when I saw that coming in Friday morning. So it's not an uncommon occurrence. And I know that in my deputation, there are pictures there of different locations where cars tend to park. And a lot of those pictures were taken since the bylaw was posted. But again, it's ignored for multiple reasons if you ask the people that are ignoring it why they're ignoring it. So even though you see it and you point it out to them, there's a reason why they shouldn't have to respect it.
Okay, thank you. One more thing. I think this has been going on for, I don't know, 30 years back and forth to the city, hasn't it? I don't know. How long's it been? My parents haven't been there that long.
No, like I've been here since '72, right? So, I've seen everything. I've seen when it was a range when people would be hitting, and actually it was the eighth hole because they would hit down and then they would turn around and they would hit up to the clubhouse and finish. Um, and then I was there in '82 when Alan built those cottages, and Alan wanted to sell them, so he gave them. He had sold 10 at the time, and he gave them this beach access in a way to sell 48. And that was his plan. But he never changed the fence in 1983. It was always a solid fence. It was always there was never an opening there, and that opening didn't appear till 2004. So it was only in about 2004 when that opening appeared, and people wanted to come down and use that opening rather than had they been doing before, traversing along the golf course. And still to today, a lot of people still traverse along the golf course. A lot of people do take golf carts down, they take ATVs down. Certainly the owners like in lot 13 that back onto that area say they see quite a bit of traffic on the east side of that lot, going down that east side to the beach area, and they get there that way. They're not coming through the Clonsilla Road allowance. So, and the other thing about the Clonsilla Road allowance is that if you look on the plan, the road is not a service road to the golf course, right? Like the road ends before the golf course. The road was never intended to service the golf course or to service that private property. The road dead ends before that. So it's not an access road to that fairway, to that beach, or anything like that. It was never designed that way. It was never built that way. So this is sort of like an off-label use for the road.
Okay, I have one more question because when my parents bought the cottage, you could access it from an empty property. There was an access there, and I don't know when they bought the cottage, but there was an access, and it was on the Creasy's property. And that's how everybody got across to Egan Ridge. I didn't know about this new access, but the one that was on Creasy's property, whoever owned it allowed the people up in Country Club Heights to have access to get down that way. Is that correct?
So there were actually two openings, and I know that you and I had a chance to walk this last year, and we saw the openings, and there was actually two of them there. When I was talking to Bob Creasy, who actually owns the property, I know when he purchased it, it was initially owned by, I guess, the Waterman family, who then sold it to Mr. Staples. And Mr. Staples was a member of Country Club Heights as well. And so it was at that point in, I think, 2002 when he bought it, that he really wanted to make that into a parking lot. And he offered actually the people in Country Club Heights in 2002 the opportunity to rent or buy parking spaces for him for that lot 13. Which Country Club, I guess they didn't do. They didn't buy it. They didn't want it. They decided to pursue other avenues in terms of asking the city to license them a piece of land on Aylmer Drive, which did happen, and they had 10 years to develop that. But then he ended up selling it to Mr. Creasy in 2004, and Mr. Creasy had asked that those openings be closed. You know, as far as the use of those openings, I think it was two ways too, because as you know, they were there when there was a fairway there, And certainly when there was a fairway there and people hit those golf balls, I was picking golf balls up out of my backyard when I was cutting the grass, right? And so people were coming down from the golf course to look for their golf balls. So they did need an opening for them to get their golf balls. I don't know how much it was an opening for us to go up there, but certainly it was. It wasn't just for people from from East Beehive to get to the golf course. It was really, I think, more for people from the golf course to chase after their golf balls without having to climb over a fence. So he had asked those to be closed, and they were closed. And it was after they were closed that this opening opened in the road allowance in 2004. And that's really when a lot of these issues started to happen in 2004. Certainly from 1983 to 2004, those are 21 years that I lived there that we really didn't have this problem. This problem really became a problem when that property, lot 13, was no longer there to be used, and that opening was moved from lot 13 down to where it sits right now. So it hasn't been 40 years of access that way. It's not been that kind of a story, and certainly living there, living next door, seeing that and being there every weekend on the summer for the last 50 years, I can tell you that from firsthand, and I don't know many people that have that firsthand knowledge or experience that I have growing up there. There's not many
Okay, I
people
got a couple more
that are still
questions,
alive.
Mr. Esser. I got a couple more questions, so if I can just move on. Are you good, Kathleen? Okay, thank you. Councillor Dunn, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, through you to Dr. Essler. Just a couple of questions, just trying to get my bearings. Constilla Avenue to the east, is that the right-of-way they're talking about? So that would be opposite Lot 1, Lot 4. Is that where they're talking about?
No, opposite Lot 11
No.
and 12,
Opposite Lot 11?
at the west end of Clonsilla.
At the west end.
Yeah, so 11, 12, and 13, right? So I'm in 11.
Okay.
And then it's 12 and 13, so it's the west end of the
This is the right
roadway.
way coming?
That
come
not
down
the
like that,
east end,
okay.
yes.
All right.
The entrance off of East Beehive is where you're talking about.
Okay.
But we're talking about at the exact opposite end of the roadway.
All right, and access to Clonsilla is off of East View Drive, or is there a road that comes into the east? Like, how do I get there? If I'm driving down to Clonsilla, how do I get there?
Okay, well, if you were driving down in 1972 when I came down
Well, no,
there,
I want to go now.
you're coming in.
I don't
you're
want to go
going
to
today?
72. Yeah, today.
Okay, so today you're coming down East Beehive Drive, and you're going almost to the lake, and then you're going to turn, you're heading south down East Beehive, then you're going to turn right or west on like a joint roadway, and then it's going to fork into this roadway around this marshy area, which is called Aylmer on the north side and Clonsilla on the south side, but it's really on the maps that you're seeing, it's the Clonsilla road allowance. That's one road has actually got like two roads on it now.
So Clonsilla is a dead end at 12 and 13?
Yep, it circles around, and they sort of bring together, like you say, Eastview, which used to come down there, which doesn't come down there anymore, it's cut off, and Aylmer, and so all three of those roads sort of converge in front of Lot 11, which is me, and Lot 13, which is the Creases.
Okay, so if I'm going to access Clonsilla, I'm going to do it from the east. The reason why I'm
Yes,
trying to get my
you have to
bearings
cover.
is because of your very eloquent presentation. How much, like you're talking about, there's 24 houses there, and you're talking about traffic volume. What do you mean by traffic volume? Hundreds of cars, 10 cars? Like you're saying,
So-
all these cars coming down at high speeds. I'm just trying to figure out whether you're being accurate or whether you're embellishing the story.
You can ask people along the roadway who come out chasing these cars and saying, slow down, we've got kids on the road.
Okay.
I don't know how many cars you need to hit a kid, but I know that when they're hit, they're very, very difficult to see.
No, but you've got, you have a 15-kilometer speed limit there. We're not sure whether it's a legal
Not
speed limit.
respected. It's not,
But-
it's not, it's not respected.
And it's, for me, it's a dead-end road, and so when you talk, you know, and you're right, but it's an issue we deal with all over the city and probably all over Ontario. And I can make that same argument about Victoria Avenue. But I would like to have an idea of how many cars we're talking about, because your presentation seemed to indicate there was a huge volume, and that's the only thing I'm concerned about. Is there a huge volume or just a normal volume that would be associated with 24 residences?
So for us, certainly there's only 3 of us that are going the full length of the roadway, right?
All right.
Everybody else is cutting off at their cottages, right? Nobody else really needs to go the full length of the roadway. Certainly everybody from Country Club Heights would need to go the full length of the roadway. So there's that piece. And then the other piece is that, you know, when are people out and about? It's when it's sunny, right?
Yeah.
So, you know, it's when you have a nice, beautiful day and people want to be at the beach. That's when you have your kids out on the roadway. And that's when you have people coming down from Country Club Heights, the most of them, because it's a nice, sunny, hot day and they want to be able to sit at the beach, their private beach that they have access to. So in the middle of the winter, how many cars are going to be coming down there? None. On a nice, sunny, long weekend day, 10, 15 maybe, when you've got kids visiting their grandparents and when you've got a lot of desire to use that outdoor space, you're going to get a lot of traffic. So it's very dependent on the weather, and because the foot traffic is also dependent upon the weather. So you have that sort of perfect mix, right? You're going to get more pedestrians out on the road when it's a nice sunny day, and you're going to get more people wanting to use that road to get down to the end of that dead end on a nice sunny day so that they can get their beach chair out on that beach.
Okay, thanks, Mr. Esser. Any further questions from council? I have a couple, actually, if I can, just for clarification. So your lot 11, is that correct? Just toward the west end there?
That is correct.
So I notice on the map that you have a fence that is encroaching on the road allowance. So do you have an encroachment agreement with the city? Like, you've chosen to go out into the city's road allowance, but really you're saying, forgive me for being blunt, but you know, you're allowed to use that road allowance, but other residents perhaps in a different area aren't. So do you have an encroachment agreement with the city, or have you just sort of put that out there because it's part of your extended property?
I'll tell you, I didn't put it out there. I tell you, that's the way I bought the property. So in 1972, when we purchased that property, that's where it was. Whether the previous owner had an encroachment agreement, I don't know. But we purchased the property, that's where it was, that's what we looked after. You know, when you look at the roadway and the markings and things like that, it's very deceptive. And even when I walked along the roadway with Kathleen, we started looking for surveyor stakes, and some of them are hidden in bushes and things like that. So the roadway doesn't really follow what's drawn there. If you were out there, you wouldn't know. You wouldn't know that, right? You just have no idea unless you're actually looking for stakes in the ground. And certainly, you know, when we purchased that property, fence was there. That fence has been there pre-1972.
Yeah, no, fair enough. And I'm not, you know, I'm not making an issue out of it. I was just curious. The other question I have is, you know, almost following up on Councillor Dunn's, you made a couple of comments about, you know, that every speeding car and every danger to the community, almost giving the impression that that's all coming from residents in Country Club Heights. And I'm just, do you not think that's a bit of a stretch? I mean, you've got people down in your community that are visiting each other as well, and others that are going to come down there. And I mean, these folks are looking for 4 or 5 parking places at the end of the road. That's it. And, you know, that's going to be a bit of traffic over the course of a day, but, you know, you're almost given an impression like we're talking about 20, 30 cars every day racing down and around that circle. And I'm just trying to get to, I've been down in that area several times last summer. I've seen a few cars down there. I've talked to a few residents down there. I'm not, I don't live there, so I won't question your comment, but it just seems like we're trying to make a bigger deal out of this than it is. 4 or 5 parking places at the end of the road so people can access an easement to get down to some waterfront just doesn't seem like a huge ask. And as long as they respect everybody else's property and stay on the road allowance, which is the city's road allowance if council chooses to go there, I'm struggling to put the two together. The danger to your community as a result of 4 or 5 cars parked at the end of the road by mostly seniors who want to access this beach. So I know we don't have all day here, and I just wanted to put that out there. Is there any clarification you can offer me on that?
Yeah, well, I know the members of our community are very well aware of the issues around children and stuff on the roadways, and them and their guests are very respectful of the speed limit. I'm not aware of a lot of issues or many issues of the 24 families speeding along that roadway, or there being any issues with that. Like I say, the people that are speeding along that one are people trying to get to the other end. And the other piece is that this is a roadway, it's not a parking lot, right? So, there's one thing to use it to get from A to B, but a roadway is not a parking lot, it's not a parking area. And a deed doesn't give you a parking lot or a parking area, right? So when you make your purchase, when you see your thing, when you see your deed, it doesn't say, well, here's where you can park, right? That that you don't have parking, that this doesn't give you parking. It doesn't give you the right to do what you're doing in a neighboring community, right? So it's a piece of land that you can use. It's a private piece of land. It's a private piece of the golf course that they can use. There's no parking attached to it. It doesn't infer parking rights. It doesn't say. So when you make your purchase, you know that there's no guarantee or any promise of parking. It's a use. You can use that. It's not you can park your car here and use that.
No,
So
100%.
there's nothing that they have that's implied that this should be a parking area. And there's nothing for the city to say that our roads are parking areas, right? So certainly you can turn a road into a parking area, but that goes through the Planning Act or the Municipal Act. This isn't just parking at the side of the street. These streets are narrow. There's no room for parking. Like I say, the decision was a good one. And
No.
it's not a parking area.
Yeah, no, I agree, and that's obviously why we're here today, to hear both sides of the story, to see if council wants to go there. So I'll leave it at that. Thank you for your comments. Is there any, Councillor Seymour Ficken?
Well, I just have a question. Who pays for and maintains Aylmer and Clonsilla?
So we all pay for it and maintain it in terms of the 24 residents, right? So the swampy area can sometimes deteriorate the road quite quickly. There's potholes, we have to put in culverts, but that's all done at our own expense. And so certainly the more use of the road, the more traffic over the road, there's an increased liability for us maintaining those roads. There's an increased liability for the city, which they don't have to take if they, were not to have parking there. They don't have to do that. But they don't have to increase their liability. They don't have to increase our liability. And they don't have to increase our expenses for maintaining the road with increased traffic over the full length of the road, increased wear and tear on the road, that the city up till now does not want to assume. So, I think it could be a very different discussion if the city wanted to assume that road, bring it up to full roadway specifications and full roadway safety, and fix the swamp in the middle, the marsh in the middle. Then, and certainly in the report given by the city, there is a reference to something like that as well. But right now, the way things stand, we have to maintain that road. We need to get trash pickup there. We need to be able to get a fire truck there. We need to be able to get an ambulance there. We need to have ability to not have cars obstructing anything, and we need to maintain that in a way that the city will use it, because the city can come down and say, sorry, this road is not good enough for us to put people on, right? So, and they've come down and they said, you got to trim back trees, or you got to do this, or you got to do that, or we're not going to send in the garbage trucks, right? So, certainly the more use, the more wear and tear, the more expense we have to pay to maintain those services.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Any other questions for Mr. Esser? We have a motion to receive the deputation. All in favor? That's passed. Thank you, sir, for sharing your opinion with us. Much appreciated. Have a great day.
Same to you. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll move into item 6.3, which is another deputation from Harry Mathis, President of East Beehive Community Association, regarding the parking restrictions on the road allowance at the west end of Clonsilla. Again, item 9.1.1 on the agenda. And we have some correspondence that came with it, so if you can invite Mr. Mathis into the meeting. Says you're talking, but we don't have him on. There we are. Welcome, Mr. Mathis. We didn't have you, so we'll, just a reminder, welcome, thanks for coming, and a reminder that you have 5 minutes, sir, and you're off. Go ahead.
Good afternoon, Mr. Mayor, and thank you to City of Kawartha Lakes Council for allowing us a brief moment to tell our side of the story. In the interest of time and my neighbor, Mr. Esser, I won't cover some of the same ground that both council was asking and his deputation. I will just highlight a couple of points. I'm the president of East Beehive Community Association. I'm a resident since 1997, and since I've lived there, there has been very little issues until 2004. It seemed as though things tended to get a little bit out of hand beginning in those days. So prior to that, I knew nothing of a deed that existed with respect to Country Club Heights and Egan Ridge ownership. I will say that once the ownership changed at Egan Ridge, that seemed to be coincident with some of the difficulties that we were having with cars on the road and whatnot. I did want to just touch, as I mentioned, a few points. It was in '83 that the deeded access was granted to the members of Country Club Heights, and 48 lots were provided. That there was no access to the beach ever described on that document. There was no access as to how they would gain entrance at that time. And that document was submitted in my deputation, quite an extensive 30-page report, which I submitted to council some time ago. I won't touch on that. The report is there, but I will just point out one key point is that nowhere on that deeded access did it say how you were going to get there. And I found that particularly interesting because the way in which that deeded access was presented to the group was presented without any consultation at the time. The affidavit was sworn that consultation was not required because the transaction took place at a nominal fee of a couple of dollars. I will also point out that since that original transaction, according to what Ann has shared with me, there are only 2 members from that original neighborhood still residing there. That's just a point. I wanted to talk a little bit about the road and just give council some additional information. Aylmer and Clonsilla in the East Beehive has been deemed an unassumed road. No issue with that. When I bought property, I was told that by my council, and there was no issue. The cost of maintaining the road, grading, repair, and ongoing maintenance throughout the year is being the responsibility of the residents. I signed the checks this week. They were very close to $4,000 for just this week's maintenance. And that doesn't include our snow removal and our brush removal so that all emergency vehicles have access to the road. We do that ourselves, and when we need to have contractors in to replace the culverts, and that's another point, that the culverts don't last forever, and they're quite expensive to replace. But we usually have contractors do those. At present, the cost of maintaining the road, I look back through the books, $5,000 to $7,000 a year, and those costs are borne by the members. We all contribute to a fund for the maintenance of the road. Some years it gets to be more because of harsher winters, I guess. In the past, we've had some great support from City of Kawartha Lakes when we negotiated emergency services and garbage pickup. But it was under the condition that we improved the road. So we improved the road for those vehicles to gain access. The speed limit at 15 kilometers, I should highlight that anything more than idle is not safe. The road is very, very narrow, and going over the culverts, you need to be going at a slow speed. And there are no sidewalks in the area, so people have to walk on the road. They have no other options. The center boulevard is pretty wet and marshy. If a car rolls off the road there, it will get stuck and need to be towed out. The parking area that CCH has asked for, or to be able to park at the end of the road, is really narrow, and the fact that there is as much room as there is now is due to their clearing of the brush and cutting the grass on a regular basis, as recently as early in June, and the crew that came down was told by Ann to go down, and this is what they told us: go down and clear up the road and cut the grass. That's what we received as a reason. Despite the signs being very clearly posted there, the parking has continued. Recent challenges was those signs are not legal. There's no bylaw number on them. I'm not sure. The signs look, and they were put up by the city. Lastly, I'll just say, and I'll close off my comments with East Beehive Community Association. We take pride in our properties and our road integrity, and we maintain the road as best as we can. We don't want to lose the support of the city for our emergency services and also for our garbage pickup. And additional traffic on the road just adds to our expense. The comments and the exchanges we've had with our neighbors to the north have always been, more recently, very heated. And we've basically been told that we are entitled, or them being CCH, are entitled to their access to the road, and despite the signage, continue to park there. I'll leave it at that. There is much more in my deputation, much of which Mr. Esser covered, but I'll simply close off and say thank you to council. We'd like to see the signage left there, maintained, and for the parking. And we certainly don't want to see any excessive cars that we might be responsible for parked at the end of the road. This has never been an East Beehive Community Association matter. I've had conversations with Ann, and I've said that to her. This is not our matter. We just want to enjoy the peaceful enjoyment of our property, and these problems have been going on far, far too long. So I look to council to give us some guidance on a solution, and thank you.
Thank you very much. I'll get a motion to receive the deputation and the correspondence, and then we'll see if there's any questions. Councillor O'Reilly and Richardson, thank you. Are there any questions for the deputant? I'm not seeing any. I think we've covered it all with the previous deputants. Thank you very much. I'll call the question. All in favor? That's passed. And thank you, Mr. Mathis, for sharing your time with us today. And we'll deal with this on a report later in council, and we'll see what we can come up with. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, council.
Appreciate it. Okay, we'll move into item 7, which is presentations. Our first presentation is an update on the state of emergency from Ron Taylor, our Chief Administration Officer. Go ahead, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Excuse me, and good afternoon. Want to provide you and council with a regular update on what's been happening sort of here in the city based on the state of emergency, and then some of the services that we are continuing to look at and open up over the coming weeks and months. And so I'll start with just a reminder. Just make sure it's working in here. I don't know if I did that or if the clerk did, but I'll keep going. So as you know, the province declared a state of emergency on March 17th, and that declaration remains in place. With that, the province issues ongoing orders, and those that were in place recently were extended to the end of this month, to June 30th, as well as the actual state of emergency declaration. And I understand that today they are debating whether or not to extend the provincial state of emergency declaration for an additional couple of weeks to July 15th. So a couple of items with respect to the orders themselves. So you will recall that the province released a general framework for reopening the province. That was released in April and provided a blueprint for how certain services and operations could open throughout the province. They announced as part of that stages, and stage 2 reopenings were permissible for some services in certain health unit districts, and that included the city of Kawartha Lakes. That stage 2 reopening announcement was effective June 12th here in our community. Some very brief services that opened up as a result of that stage 2 was an increase in the number of individuals that could gather, as well as a continuation, though, of prohibiting large-scale public events. Childcare services previously offered through for emergency purposes only or for emergency frontline were now permissible to open with certain approvals, and certainly all of these services are with additional health and safety measures that need to be put in place in advance. Places of worship were permitted to reopen as of June 12th with occupancy restrictions, and short-term rentals were permitted to resume operations as of June 5th. So this slide just offers a longer list of those services that were permitted to open or partially open in the stage 2 phase of reopenings. I think it's important to just remind council that in some cases these are private sector services that are being provided, but the municipality does offer either a support or approval function with those. So many of them still affect our overall sort of response and resources to support them and to do them properly. So the long list includes water recreational facilities. So as of June 12th, splash pads, wading pools, and swimming pools are permitted to open. Again, I'll temper these with all cases, restrictions on occupancy and health and safety measures. Outdoor-only recreational facilities and training for outdoor team sports. Outdoor dine-in services at restaurants and bars, so patios are permissible. Select personal and personal care services, shopping malls, tour and guide services, beach access and additional camping at certain Ontario parks. Drive-in and drive-through venues for theaters, concerts, animal attractions and cultural appreciation. Film, television production activities were permitted to resume, and with certain capacity restrictions, weddings and funerals in particular were permitted to resume. So as you know, the mayor also declared a local state of emergency on March 24th, and that was in tandem with the provincial declaration. Through that declaration, we activated our Emergency Operations Center, our EOC. That has been a group that's been meeting consistently and managing and monitoring any provincial orders and also sort of local resources and issues that need our attention. That local declaration, there was a discussion at the Committee of the Whole previously, remains in effect up to at least June 30th. And the HKPR District Health Unit, so the Haliburton, Kawartha Lakes, Kawartha Pine Ridge Health Unit, inform the protocols, the details, and approvals for various stage 2 openings. So the health unit has been quite active, whether it's informing the city on how we should be considering or opening certain services, and by extension, providing guidance to private sector businesses, some cases approvals, for those openings. So I just want to touch on briefly some of the services that have opened up locally this month, either already or are targeted to open up in the coming week or weeks. So you'll recall that at the end of May, it was permissible to open farmers markets. One took us up on that offer in May, and subsequent to that, excuse me, other farmers markets have opened week over week in June. Library pickup services by appointment were opened at Lindsay and Fenland branches, and we're targeting June 25th for pickup service by appointment at Kinmount and Kirkfield Library branches next. We opened up our call center for public interaction and inquiries effective June 1st. Our Centennial Trailer Park had full access to occupants as of June 5th, so that facility is open. Traditional transit service resumed regular operations effective June 14th. We've opened a number of landfills in May and continued through June. The Laxton Digby landfill opened June 14th. Coming up, 3 splash pads are targeted to open the end of this week on June 26th. That would be Garnet Graham Park, Tommy Anderson Park, and Elgin Park, and the associated washroom facilities that go along with those in those parks will open on those same dates. Inclusive of this week and up to June 26, we are targeting opening several other public washroom facilities throughout the city. They're mainly in park and amenity areas where we're seeing a large increase in just local pedestrian traffic, walking. So we wanted to have those facilities open by the end of this month. So for the next month, the upcoming, a couple of other openings or services that we're contemplating expanding on or planning for. The last of our landfills, Somerville landfill, will open on July the 3rd and then resume its regular schedule. We're targeting mid-July for opening the Lindsay Recreation Center pools. So there's 2 pools in that particular facility. We would not be in a position to be opening our other pool, the Forbert pool, at the same time because we're doing construction and maintenance to that facility in the summertime. We are targeting 2 additional, and that would round out all of the city's public washroom facilities in July. Those 2 are specific facilities that are located in active team sport areas. So when those activities resume more fully, we would be targeting to open those washroom facilities at the same time. And over the month of July, there'll be continued opening of other library branches for pickup service. We're targeting early July for that service at the Bobcaygeon and Omemee library branches. Some services that remain restricted or constrained, so outdoor playgrounds, play structures and equipment and fitness equipment remain closed currently, and that is in compliance with active provincial orders. Summer community events, large gatherings remain suspended. I've already mentioned to council that traditional Canada Day gatherings and events have been canceled. The community centers generally remain closed, and our arena facilities currently continue to remain closed. So in terms of where we're heading over the summer, so I highlighted what services we're contemplating opening or looking at in the coming months. We still are unaware of any federal or provincial supports for municipal recovery, but I've updated you a couple of times that certainly on a very regular basis, we continue to monitor our financial position, and that helps to guide what decisions we're making with respect to opening or expanding on services that are permitted. FCM, AMO, and the Eastern Ontario Wardens Caucus have all taken positions and are proactively advocating to upper levels of government with respect to whether it's municipal recovery specific or economic recovery in communities and certainly in rural communities. All of those groups that I mentioned, as well as locally, we all continue to advocate for some support so that we can accelerate recovery and help our communities get back to business. One of the main themes that certainly from a local perspective, but it is consistent throughout these other groups, is that we need to understand or count on committed, reliable, and predictable funding that the upper levels of government have traditionally funded for us. So you will recall prior to the pandemic, certainly provincially, there was discussions or looking at modernizing services, and with that, how services would be partially funded by the province. Those reviews have been suspended in the immediate term, so municipalities, certainly Kawartha Lakes inclusive, are simply suggesting that we need to make sure that we can rely on the funding that we received and were able to support service delivery previously, while we then resume modernization reviews in the future and over next year. I had mentioned at a previous update, we have not heard any formal commitments. The federal government, though, a while back did announce $14 billion in funding that would flow through to provinces and territories. The intent of that, though, was to assist those groups as well as municipalities in recovery and delivering on core services, as well as some of the emergency expenditures that we've all had to spend. So with that, Mr. Mayor, I'm just going to conclude and suggest that we'll continue to track. We're going to comply with all the provincial orders. As you can appreciate, it can be a daunting task. Certainly weekly, things change. We're monitoring, though, through the health advice, what is the best sort of responses. Having said that, as these announcements are made, the timing to bring some of those services online, typically there is a lead-up time of a few weeks, whether that's for us to recall staff or simply to mobilize our budgets or any other contracts or items related to that service delivery. But I think to date, doing a slow and steady approach, but with the priorities of health and safety for the public first, our staff as well, but looking at tempering or balancing that with cost containment so that we can afford this response and opening of services over 2020. It's really served us well to date, in my opinion, and we'll continue to do that unless directed otherwise. And so with that, Mr. Mayor, I'm happy to answer any questions you might have.
Thank you, sir. Appreciate it. I'll get a motion to receive the presentation, and we'll see if there's any questions. Councillor O'Reilly and Vale, any questions? Councillor O'Reilly, go ahead.
Yes, through you, Mr. Mayor, to Ron. Just a couple quick questions. First of all, do you think we're going to be in trouble getting enough staff back? I realize this is operations for people like the public washrooms and the splash pads to meet our deadline there. And secondly of all, is there been any infrastructure update other than, not the recovery front, because I noticed recently on the local television stations, Peterborough County and I think Haliburton got money for bridges and causeways. I just wondered if there's any update on that.
So through you, Mr. Mayor, to address the first question, we continue to call back staff as needed as services are delivered or are permissible. The example that you use was splash pads, good example, because it actually is a different way than we would deliver that traditional service. So we are recalling certain staff in that example that will monitor and manage those facilities. We'll have posted hours of operation, but it will require some staffing to monitor occupancy levels, as well as just to provide general information to users and to the public using those facilities and the associated washrooms. But we have not had any difficulties to date, either calling back or redeploying staff from our existing roster. With respect to infrastructure announcements, again, there hasn't been formal announcements broad-based with respect to municipal or economic recovery funding. There have been ongoing announcements in various existing infrastructure grants and pots of projects that are now being funded. So I have heard, to use your example, that there were a couple of other neighbors that did receive some funding. We similarly have had some correspondence coming in on applications that we have made in the past. There was some transit funding, for example, that was verified and confirmed a few weeks ago. I haven't heard to date, or as of today, of any others that we may have applied for, but we certainly will follow up, and if we hear any good news, we'll make sure that council's aware as well.
Thank you. Councillor Vail?
Thank you. Just a quick question. You touched on arenas quickly and that there's not a target date. Are we looking at opening arenas or certain arenas and looking at a time frame for that?
So through you, Mr. Mayor, so formal service expansions, we've done detailed planning up to the end of June. As there's some that are starting to now be looked at over the next month or so for down the line. So I would suggest August or September openings we're contemplating now. My comment with respect to arenas, there was an order issued by the province not too long ago. It did not permit sort of broad-based arena openings for, I'll say, hockey purposes or active team sports. It did permit certain individual sports. Some were ice-related, so you could make the determination that ice pads could be opened. We've taken the position in the immediate term that it just doesn't make sense from a cost perspective, and not at this point proposing opening up arena facilities for summer use. We still are looking to our typical fall opening of arenas, and I would suggest we would be coming back to council in this particular case to get some more discussion and guidance on what would be an appropriate 2020 opening of arenas, whether their our entire grouping of arenas would open, or if we should be looking at only a portion thereof even opening. So stay tuned for that one, but we will need about a month's lead time minimum to get confirmation of decisions on those.
Okay, and I'm just curious, right, because I think we are getting into that time frame, right? Like for fall opening or whatever, they'd be normally starting to put ice in certain facilities mid-August, late August, first part of September, right? And I recognize that the hockey thing is unclear, and I also recognize the financial situation, but the province did give go ahead for figure skating and stuff like that. So we do have organizations locally that are asking, for an update as to, are they going to be able to operate this season or not? And I think a lot of the organizations out there are typically, right now anyway, are doing their normal registrations with the hope that they can move forward. So as long as that's on the, as long as we're looking at it and one way or another, we can give some people some answers before they're beyond their point of no return.
Thank you. Councillor Ashmore?
Thank you. Through you, Mr. Mayor, to CAO. I didn't see it up there, but is there any timetable on the reopening of our service centers?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, we don't have a sort of target date yet to open service centers. I would look at those similar to community facilities generally, but we are looking from a planning standpoint at considerations for public interaction or re-interaction into some of our public spaces. I would suggest that that probably won't occur in the next few weeks, but certainly we want to look to, for example, whether it's payments or some appointment-based advice or interaction with staff. We need to start looking at setting some protocols for those. So that is another service that I think we would be looking at bringing online, although limited, in the coming months. Again, I can only temper it with, as of what we know this week, we know that there are constraints on how that's done, similar to the arena example, but it certainly, I would suggest that the service centers and the arenas, I'm glad we're talking about them, because they're probably top of mind or the next phase. And I would suggest at the July council meeting, I'll probably have much better, not only an update on where we are provincially with orders, but also some recommendations on opening those services.
Just one more, please. You mentioned the libraries. Omimi and Bob Cajun were opening, which was great. What about the smaller libraries? Like, I'll give an example, Dunsford, a small library, but people do use it. And will some of the smaller libraries be able to open?
So through you, Mr. Mayor, again, first of all, the library services are directed by the board. The board then interacts with the city in terms of the actual facilities and the supports that go with it. So what has been open to date, or the plan at least, from the library service is for pickup curbside only. And we're doing that on a gradual expanded basis of which branches could provide that. So to date, and I would suggest not in the foreseeable future, we won't have access into library branches. We are remobilizing that staff though, and looking at more coordinated book exchange so that when those pickup services are available, we would be, I would suggest, opening them at some of the smaller branches as well, so that those pickup and drop-offs could still be provided by appointment or by booking.
Okay. Councillor Yeo, go ahead.
Thank you, and through you, Mr. Mayor. My question kind of revolves around our parks and our beaches and stuff, and our kind of our duty of care to still look after them even though they're not open for business. For example, on my ward in Norland, there's a public beach, and people still launch a kayak or two there to paddle in the water, and it is absolutely atrocious the shape it's in. It hasn't been cut or weed eated, or the swimming buoys were left in, I guess, last year, and they're tied to a tree, and it's just a real mess, and I've had some complaints about that. So my question is, do we have a duty of care to even upkeep these things, even though they're not open? Because the one in Norland is definitely not being upkept.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, I would say for all of our property or assets, we have a duty of care. The beaches generally were just opened recently, and for all of the beaches, the active part, the province continues to permit access to the beaches for sort of passive use, but is still discouraging large-scale gatherings. And so I appreciate what you're saying in terms of normal care. I would suggest that up until very recently, we haven't deliberately cared for some of the facilities to the levels that we would normally enjoy. And that's deliberate to discourage sort of the active use and or to temper or cost contain with our limited resources. Now, having said all of that, beaches are now being groomed We are sending maintenance people out and staff to upgrade them, recognizing what service level they're at or able to be achieved now. So I'm not sure of the specific circumstances for Norland, but I would suggest, if not this week, I would say very soon, there are plans to groom and update all of those facilities throughout the city.
Okay, that's good to hear, so my next email will be to somebody else. Thank you.
I'm sure he's listening. Councillor Richardson, go ahead.
Great, through you, this is just another comment regarding the arenas. I know last week the faculty booking officer did send out notices to the user groups, and it has a deadline of July 8th on those, looking for information. So it sounds like they're, gauging what kind of response to make some decisions. So I just wanted to put it out there.
Thank you. Councillor Seymour Fagan, you had a question?
Thank you, through you. I have a question about staffing levels for parks, because I know we've been open, but it seems like the garbage is not being maintained, and there's more people using the parks. So do we not have enough staff to maintain our current parks as it is? And if we don't, can we take staff from other areas who are not working to work in the Parks Department to do some of these jobs?
So through you, Mr. Mayor, we are doing minimal, I'll say, collections. That has been ramping up as June has progressed, and we are seeing more activity either in our parks or downtowns, et cetera. We have redeployed staff to do that function already. And again, it's another one that I would suggest quite recently, we're starting to ramp up. When I say that, I would say even redeployments for that particular function last week and into this week. So again, I appreciate sort of the comments. I will temper them or suggest that, or acknowledge, we are not delivering the same level of service. And again, it's simply because we're trying to manage our current staffing roster, not expanding out, or we're having to do workarounds for some areas where we've relied on some contract work or student work to do those to that full sort of service level. So again, I would suggest we're doing the best that we can in the circumstances, but I certainly appreciate the comments, and it is an area as well that we will be ramping up through redeployments.
Okay, thank you. Just one other comment, because I don't think everybody knows, we do not have our summer students back, and I think it's really important that that gets out in communications, that we don't have our summer students to do our roads, our engineering, or our parks.
Thank you. Councillor Vail, you had a follow-up?
Just further to Councillor Ashmore about libraries. So the library board has been having discussions about opening branches and which branches, but obviously it'll be a step approach, especially with the smaller branches, because it's just that, right? They're small and they already have size constraints. There's a part of that equation too is courier services, which have changed and routes have changed. So it's a matter of getting supplies to and from some of those branches as well. But the board has been meeting and having those discussions.
Okay, thank you. Any further questions for CAO regarding the presentation? We have a motion to receive. All in favor? That's passed. Thank you, sir. Appreciate the update. We'll be looking forward to putting you through the ringer again in July. We'll move down to 7.2, which is the Kawartha Lakes Ontario Health Team Lead Member Presentation. Veronica Nelson, welcome. Vice President, Chief Medical Officer, Ross Memorial Hospital. We have Barb Milden, the Chief Executive Officer, Community Care Health and Care Network, and Lead Executive Community Care Foundation. And they are Kawartha Lakes Ontario Health Team co-leads. And they're here to give us a bit of a presentation leading into the report which follows the presentation. So welcome. It's great to see you both. And I'll turn it over to you, and go ahead. I'll let you guys coordinate who's going to talk first and who's going to say what. So go ahead. You're up.
Thank you. Okay, thank you. So welcome, Barb and myself, to you. Thank you for having us. If you could put the slideshow up. Great. So I'm going to do the majority of the talking, and Barb can help me answer questions. It just makes it easier to facilitate the meeting through Zoom. So I'll have you move to the next slide, please. And sorry, I'm just trying to do this so I can see the slides too, but it doesn't seem to work that well. Okay, so there's just a couple of key objectives. I want to just update you on the status of the Kawartha Lakes Ontario Health Team and just talk about some of the documents, agreements that we're looking for your consideration to approve in Mr. Taylor's report that's following us. If you could move to the next slide. So you've seen the presentation in your agenda package, so I'm just going to highlight a few slides here. If you can move down to the next slide. So our Ontario Health Team, the intent of this model is to alleviate constraints and allow providers to deliver better, faster, more coordinated and patient-centered care. As you may recall, we were expecting to find out if we were going to be moving forward to full application in March 2020. And just at that same time, COVID-19 hit. So the ministry put those decisions on pause. So I followed up with them, and we're expecting to meet with them in the next couple of days to see how we will be moving forward. They are being more flexible with Ontario Health Teams in moving forward, and we'll let you know how we move forward as soon as we find out. So if I could move to the next slide, please. So the quadruple aim and the desired outcomes. Can I get you to move? Oh, thank you. One more. Yep, that's it. So this is being provincially adopted, and it's required that all Ontario Health Teams adopt this model. It's the quadruple aim and desired outcomes of Ontario Health Teams on how we provide care. So we want to be able to provide better care with better outcomes and better provider experiences, all the while being more efficient. So basically doing more with less. And we've noticed in the past few months through the pandemic, it's more than ever, we have to work together to make sure we can achieve those desired outcomes. Next slide, please. So our Kawartha Lakes Ontario Health Team, this is how we're going to accomplish this by simplifying the system, decreasing confusion for providers, for families, and for our patients. And we want to make sure that we can really connect care locally for our community. We were just about to embark on some public engagement sessions right before COVID hit. We actually had them planned. We will resume that once further restrictions are lifted, but those are the 10 key communities in that map that we're going to be attempting to do face-to-face sessions. I'm not sure if that will be feasible depending on what happens with these restrictions, but if we can't do face-to-face, we'll use technology to enable that public engagement as we build and design this team. So next slide, please. So this is a slide on the left side. It shows you the current state. You see the patient going down various streams. You can just go back one slide. So you can see the patient with the streams going to primary care, mental health, acute care, and so on and so forth. And so what we want to do is put the patient in the center and be able to connect the patient to all of the care providers as needed simultaneously without having to repeat their story or be juggled from care provider to care provider. So next slide, please. So this is our Kawartha Lakes Ontario Health Team Year 1 target population, of course, 65 and older. Those that are living alone or having poor support networks, they may have multiple EMS visits and bring them into the hospital multiple times. They may have some cognitive challenges. So those are the ones we really want to focus on in the Year 1 and see if we can make a difference for that population. So just move to the next slide. Oh, just back one. There we go. So there are two key groups of organizations. It's the lead members, which is on the left side, and then partners and affiliates. The lead members are the ones that are currently designing and holding the pen to the full application and driving this Ontario Health Team forward. The partners and affiliates are definitely interested and do want to contribute, but it's too early for them to contribute. So they will be contributing at ad hoc meetings or at working groups. And when our year one population expands and evolves. So focusing on the lead members, there are 6 organizations plus our client and patient reps. And so what we want to do is be able to start sharing information and start really designing and getting into actually implementing pilot projects and making a difference in our patient care. In order to do that, we have to make sure our governance model is clear and we all know what the expectations are. So just slide you over to the next slide. This is our year one governance model. So as an organization, typically there's a board, the CEO, management structure, and it goes down to frontline. How this is evolving is that each organization, each lead member that is part of this governance model maintains their own organization. So they're coming as separate organizations. They're not joining. It's still separate. We're forming this without a board, so everybody will go back to their own boards or council in this case and have the discussion, and then we come back and move forward. So it's not a corporation that's formed yet or a single entity. It's a group of organizations working together, and this is how we have all come together to agree on the best way to move forward to get some of those changes made in our healthcare system right down to the specific working groups. These working groups are focused on how we have to complete the full application and move to the next stage. So there's certain tasks these groups have to do in order for us to advance. So I'll move you to the next stage. Next slide, sorry. So there are 3 key sets of documents. They were also included in your agenda package, and I apologize for the length of them. So what we're hoping to do is have the lead members approve and sign off on all 3 documents. And once the lead members have done that, we will then invite our partners and affiliates to sign just 2 of them, the partnership commitment and the data sharing agreement. And I'll talk briefly about each of those 3 agreements shortly. I did want to say that we did use the OHT starter toolkit, which was developed by the Association of Family Health Teams of Ontario, Ontario Community Support Association, and Advantage Ontario in partnership with Miller Thompson, a legal firm in healthcare, and the Center for Organizational Effectiveness. So this group of organizations put together this toolkit for OHTs across the province to use and to adapt to their community as agreed upon amongst the organizations. So these templates were reviewed by the Oversight Committee, which included the city's behalf Ron Taylor, and we adapted them to our own needs. On the basis of our OHT progress report we submitted to the ministry in January 2020, we expect to be invited to the full OHT designation imminently. We're just waiting. And these documents have been required by the ministry for the next stage for us to move through. So in order for us to get to full application and to actually implement the Ontario Health Team, we need to have these types of agreements in place so that we can move forward. And I have to say that moving forward, some of the other OHTs that have moved forward, they have actually been given funding for pilot projects. And I'll mention Northumberland. They're moving forward to full OHT application, and their community paramedic service was fully funded through a new fund through the OHTs. So that's one of the things we're hoping to gain as well. So I'll just go to the next slide. Great. No, that's a good slide there. So looking at the statement of partnership agreement. So this agreement basically articulates the purpose and identifies the expectations of the partners. This is a document that any organization that would want to join would sign this. It sets out how we're going to behave together, that we're going to be respectful for each other, that each organization is bringing their organization's viewpoint to the table, and with the effort of connecting local care and really improving our patient care services. The next slide, please. So the Ontario Health Team Agreement, this agreement is supporting the key organizations. So the lead members, those 6 core organizations, including the City of Kawartha Lakes, to establish the Ontario Health Team. So at some point, these 6 organizations will at some point sign an MOU with either the ministry or the new OHT entity and work towards a single funding envelope. That is the province's goal. This agreement here, it's an interim agreement. It's non-binding except for the confidentiality and maintain your independent governance and communications. So signing this does not bind the corporation to anything except those things. And I'm sure you can understand why we want confidentiality and communications and governance to be binding. And so we're hoping just the lead members will sign this. As the Ontario Health Team evolves and more partners come on and they want to actually be a signatory, so to say, on the agreement, they would be invited to sign this agreement as well. And next slide. So the data sharing agreement, this is an agreement that enables us to share patient information to work towards better care. And, you know, I gotta say, more than ever, sharing technology and information via technology has proven saving patients in so many ways these past few months through the pandemic. I mean, without technology, we wouldn't have been able to provide a lot of care. And I'm sure Barb can speak to that in community care as well. So we want to become more computerized. Right now, the hospital is using paper for charts. And if that paper goes missing, or if somebody has that chart, nobody else can look at it. So we are currently moving to a clinical information system throughout the Central East Lynn region. So it's all of the hospitals, Scarborough, Peterborough, Lakeridge, Ross, Halliburton, Campbellford, and Cobourg will be on one electronic medical record. And that electronic medical record will enable physicians to link into it, or community care and any other healthcare provider. And so we would all have access to the patient's information at the same time. And we're hoping that EMS would be able to link in as well. That is the goal, as well as long-term care. So what we're asking is that lead members and partners sign this so that we can start working towards that connected local care and prevent duplication of patients having to tell their story 15 times every time they see a new person come and look after them. And so if you can go to the last slide, please. So that recommendation has been put forward for consideration, and I believe that's in Ron's report. But what I will do is I'll pass it over to Barb and see if Barb has anything further to add.
Thank you so much, Veronica. I'll just quickly add that it is wonderful to work with the hospital through Veronica on this OHT. What we are trying to demonstrate is that the sectors that deliver healthcare, from the family practice clinics where people go and see their family doctor or nurse practitioner, to the hospital setting, to community services, and in terms of what we do, is all going to be under one roof. And the benefits to client care, patient care, are quite remarkable when we don't have walls between us that stop us from understanding a patient and their needs from a comprehensive perspective. So thank you again, Veronica, and happy to answer any questions.
Yeah, and I will just update. So the Kawartha Lakes Family Health Team, the Kawartha Lakes Family Health Organization, Kawartha North Family Health Team, and the hospital have all approved this and are ready to move forward. I know Community Care's board meeting is tomorrow night, and today is council's meeting. So 4 of the 6 organizations have already gone through this and approved them and are on board. So I'll turn that over to you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you.
Thank you for that. No pressure, right? Everybody's approved it but us, so no pressure. Thank you. We'll get a motion to receive. Councillor Elmsley and Vale, thank you. Receive the presentation. We'll see if there's any questions. Councillor Elmsley, you have a question? Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just, I have a couple actually. Is the funding for this separate, or is it coming out of the existing budgets that are for all these organizations, or for healthcare in general, that is received by the Central East Lynn?
So there is no specific funding to start up your OHT. Right now it is not mandatory. So we're all working together with our existing resources and within our existing resources. What we have been told is once you get to full implementation and you're able to implement some of your key priority projects, that's where funding comes from the ministry, and that is funding over and above any of the participating organizations' budgets.
Thank you for that.
And I'll just quickly, if I
Sorry,
may
go
just
ahead.
quickly add that the benefit of us going through the process early on, being early adopters, early leaders, is that it will give us a chance to more quickly better serve the residents of the city of Kawartha Lakes. So we're very pleased to be out ahead of things to the greater perspective.
I appreciate that, and I'm in no way opposed to what's going on. I was just curious as to how the funding was working, because as you probably know, the City of Kawartha Lakes funds two things, at least in the healthcare field. Number one, we maintain a fund for doctor recruitment, which I believe is matched by Ross Memorial Hospital. And I wondered if the thought was that eventually that would be taken over by this group if they received the funding. And also, our paramedics are currently operating and providing home care for recently released patients who, until the full service can kick in. And again, that's being done by the taxpayers, and I'm just curious as to whether you envision that this will ever get taken over through your group as part of the healthcare benefits.
So I can start answering that. So in terms of the physician recruitment, yes, the hospital does provide funding for that service as well. I can't see that being included in the near future. I think in the near future, the Ontario Health Team will be focusing on connecting patient care rather than physician recruitment. But perhaps, you know, in the 5 or longer term year, that could be included. In terms of EMS and the community program, I believe part of that has been or still may be funded through the LHIN. I know it's really late getting our funding letter, so I'm not sure where that stands for this fiscal, but that definitely would be one of our key priority projects that could be funded through Ontario Health, which was the LHIN. We are now in Ontario Health East Region, and it could potentially be funded through there, and that's how Northumberland got their home community program or community EMS program.
That's encouraging, thank you. And perhaps you could just touch on, you mentioned that long-term care was also included in the program. Was that only for the sharing of patient information, or were the long-term care homes to be included in some other way?
Yeah, that's a great question. So currently the hospital doesn't have enough beds in the building. So we actually have 9 patients at a long-term care home that we're supporting with as well with Ontario Health. They're helping us support that program. So in terms of long-term care being included, I can see a deepening of that relationship to more retirement homes because there are not enough long-term care homes in the facility. And one of the recent outcomes of this pandemic is that any 3 and 4 ward rooms be only allowed to have 1 or 2 patients or residents in it. So there's going to become a sudden issue with not enough rooms for our long-term care patients, and so it's flowing into the retirement home sector, and we're using those beds with staff as long-term care. So I think that's part of the continuum of care, and that will definitely somehow be included in our plans. Barb, do you have anything to add on that?
Thank you. Yes, I would just add that this is the wonderful part of having EMS included in our Ontario Health Team as well as long-term care, is this notion of, again, breaking down those walls and working together to meet the needs of all of the citizens of Kawartha Lake.
And I'll ask one last question. I notice in your partners and your affiliates, there was no mention of public health, and I wondered if there were any plans to consult with or include Halliburton Kawartha Pine Ridges Health Unit in your organization or as an adjunct.
Absolutely. In fact, we've invited Dr. Lynn Noseworthy to many of our meetings. Unfortunately, she hadn't had the time to join us. As you can appreciate, she has 4 hospitals and a huge geography. And there's actually within her geography 3 Ontario health teams. One, Northumberland, is actually implementing their Ontario health team right now. And our Kawartha Lakes and the Halliburton, they're at the same stage in development. So she hasn't put as much time into ours as we expect and hope for in the future. So definitely she's part of the conversation.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Are there any further questions for the presenters? Councillor Riley?
Just a couple quick ones. Thanks for the presentation. When this is voluntary for people to sign up, I know that most people probably are, and I think I suspect that most organizations will be supportive. Would it not have more teeth if I realized that we're early stages, but if people were, it was more compulsory than mandatory? And secondly of all, would there be a chance that we, like Northumberland, could get a pilot project in our area that would probably be more helpful?
Definitely. Go ahead, Barb. Did you want?
I'm happy to start, and then of course, Veronica, you please reply as well. I think 2 things. The term mandatory versus voluntary really is the government trying to move respectfully and cautiously to engage people. There has been legislation that enables all of this, but it hasn't been imposed yet. So we hope to, as early adopters, help the government to figure out how to do this so that no one is disadvantaged. In other words, there are smaller players in our healthcare system and there are larger players. And I think that really creates a tension around where will the resources go. Veronica, back to you.
Yeah, I would totally agree with that. I mean, even within our team leads, our lead members, where we have the family health teams and the FO, as we can all appreciate, physicians are work for themselves. They're self-employed. They're concerned about, are they going to lose their income or their revenue? So I think we can really appreciate that why it's not mandatory. If it were mandatory, I think we can think back to Health Links. This is about probably 10 years ago when we were going through something similar and it just didn't work. I think if people come to the table voluntarily, I think you get a lot more done and you really, move that goal further. In terms of pilot projects, absolutely. Not just the paramedic program, there's other pilots we're thinking of. And one thing, through this pandemic, one of the things we have to do is somehow figure out keeping this assessment center open. But I know at some point the fairgrounds will want their fairgrounds back to do just that. So we will be coming together to have that conversation amongst the lead members. How can our community provide an assessment center for COVID and flu? That's what the government is talking now. How can we come together to provide that, and where, and what are the hours and who's going to support that? So there's a lot of opportunities for pilot funding, and I think the earlier we get in there, the bigger the pot is, so to say.
Thank you. Councillor Ashmore, question?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through you to Veronica, just a question on the LHINs. The local health integrated networks, they were reduced from, I think we had 13 down to 6 now, roughly. I think I got my numbers right. Has that helped or hindered you, like with less bureaucracy to deal with and actually more money that can trickle down to this health team? So you have less LHINs to deal with. Do you finding that easier, or is that helping you out?
Well, that's a loaded question. So there were originally 14 LHINs, And we were in the Central Eastland, and now there are 5 regions, and we're in the East region. So our region consists of 3 former LHINs, which is Champlain, Central East, and what's the other one? It's from us all the way to Cornwall. So there have been some advantages. For example, through COVID, because we're in the Ontario Health Eastland, we were able to leverage the Kingston lab, and we now get 24-hour turnaround times for our COVID swabs, where others in Toronto are waiting 7 to 14 days for their results. So we're fortunate to be able to leverage that way. Is there more bureaucracy? I think it's just different. Is there more money? I haven't seen more money. I think the biggest challenge is going to be, how does what's left of the LHINs, the home and community care part of it, fold under into the OHT, because that's the intent. So there's still that branch, that operational branch of the LHINs that still exists. So until that dissolves, I don't think we'll see any substantial savings.
Okay, thank you. Are there any final questions for the presenters? Seeing none, we have a motion to receive. All in favor? That's passed. Thank you, ladies. If you want to stay with us for a couple minutes, we're going to deal with the report, and then you can leave with the pressure you have put on us, and we'll see what council can do. So we'll move to item 7.2.1, which is the Kawartha Lakes Interim Ontario Health Team Interim Agreement. Ron Taylor's the author. The motion is that report CAO 2020-005 Kawartha Lakes Ontario Health Team Interim Agreements be received, and that the mayor and clerk be authorized to sign the Kawartha Lakes Interim OHT Agreement, Kawartha Lakes OHT Statement of Partnership Commitment, and Kawartha Lakes OHT Data Sharing Agreement, substantially in the form as outlined in Appendix A through C, respectively, to report CAO 2020-005. So that's as a result of the presentation. Will you move that, Councillor Richardson? Councillor Vail, you'll second that. Are there any questions for the author or the presenters at this time? Seeing none, I'll call the question. All in favor? Motion is passed unanimously. Thank you. And I don't know if you can still hear me, ladies, but thanks very much for your presentation and everything that you're doing for our community. And Veronica, I just wanted to say thank you for your leadership to our community and your interim role at the hospital. You did a wonderful job. It was a pleasure working with you, and our community thanks you for it. So thank you for that great work. And I know you're going to continue on. So thanks.
Thank you so much.
You bet.
Mayor
Have a
Latham,
great
and
day.
Thank you, councillors.
And you too, Barb. You know you're doing a great job. We don't need to tell you that. So
Thank you.
thanks for
No,
doing what you're...
I'm so glad to hear the words to Veronica. Well deserved.
Thank you.
Absolutely.
And
Thank you.
appreciate what you're doing, and have a great day, ladies. Thank you. So let's take a 5-minute break. You're okay with that, Chris? I know you love hanging out with us all day, so let's take 5 minutes, and then we'll come back and deal with the rest of the agenda. Okay, we're going to call the meeting back to order. Thank you. Item 7.3, our last presentation, is a Planning and Building Department update from Chris Marshall, our Director of Development Services. Chris is here in person. Welcome. You're up, sir. Go ahead.
Thanks, Mayor and Council. This is just a quick update on the planning and building departments and how we've been functioning over the last few months during the pandemic. But first, I just thought I'd give you a quick overview of some of the planning and building policy that the province has been working on over the last year or two. So the province has put forward a More Homes, More Choices Act, which is an act that has intended to provide easier ability for developers to get housing on stream and into the market, to reduce red tape, and to provide easier access to the developers to get their developments going. It's also intended to provide more affordable housing in municipalities as well. So there's a number of changes that come out of this More Homes, More Choices Act, including a number of changes to the growth plan, the Greater Golden Horseshoe Growth Plan. As you can see, in 2006, when the growth plan was originally adopted, they used a year of 2031 as the future date and 100,000 people as the number of people in our community that we had to plan for. In 2017, there were changes made to the growth plan, and they extended that year to 2041 and increased the population that we had to accommodate for to 107,000. And actually, that should say 2020 on that slide. So just this year, they've increased the time frame to 2051 and the population to 117,000 people that we need to accommodate for, both in terms of housing people as well as for providing work, employment lands as well. So what does that mean for us in terms of planning? It means that we may be needing to expand our settlement boundaries. Right now, we're restricted to how much we can develop in our settlement areas by those boundaries. But that was based on originally 100,000 people, then 107. So you can imagine with another 10,000 people being added to the city, it enables us the opportunity to look at our boundaries and whether there's a need to increase those. It also enables us to look at our employment lands and whether there's a need to expand upon our employment lands as well. In terms of the provincial policy statement, they've made changes to that. Those changes were adopted in May of this year, and they are primarily intended to provide some compatibility between the changes in the growth plan and some of the new directions in the More Choices, More Homes Act. So one of the results of that in terms of the provincial policy statement is that we are now required to look out 25 years to, for our official plan. Previously it was 20 years, so we've got to look out an extra 5 years in the future. They're requiring municipalities to have services in place, water and sewer, to accommodate projected growth in our growth plans. They're recognizing a wider variety of housing. They're looking at more diverse types of housing, like the tiny homes that you've heard about, or the life lease communities, or the co-housing, those kinds of things. Those weren't defined before in provincial legislation, so that's now defined, and we can sort of incorporate those into our planning now. It gives us the ability to convert some of our employment lands without going through a full comprehensive review. Up to this point, if you wanted to convert, say, an industrial parcel in our community to a residential use, you would have to do a full review of all the industrial lands to identify that you don't need that parcel that you're removing in order to change it. So that's provides some flexibility there. And it's allowing us to look at changes to our settlement boundary in terms of sort of give and take. So there may be areas where there's a wetland that doesn't have good development potential, so maybe you want to take that out of the settlement area and as a result bulge somewhere else. So no net gain, but you can do some trading off with your settlement boundaries. And the growth plan has a policy that allows up to 40 hectares of land to be added to the settlement area. So just some of the other sort of planning policies we've been looking at internally. Our staff have been reviewing the changes to the provincial policy statement and the growth plan, and have been providing comments to the province as those changes have been coming through. And the latest changes to the growth plan are now have been circulated, and our staff are now reviewing those and have to get their comments in by the end of July. We are working on the secondary plan appeals and the official plan appeals, and working towards the January 2021 date for the next LPAT hearing. And Councillor Elmsley, be happy to hear that the planning staff are looking at pushing up the work on what's called additional residential units. This is what some people would have thought of in the past as sort of secondary units or accessory units. Planning staff are not going to be waiting for the full rural consolidation bylaw review to make the changes to the zoning bylaws. We're looking at pushing that work up and doing that prior. So places like Fenelon Falls that they don't allow for secondary suites or the additional residential units right now can get that put in place sooner than the work on the consolidation of the rural plans. Of course, as per the motion of the last council, staff are working on the reviewing the cannabis legislation, and the staff have pushed along the sort of spring public process that was in the works for the consolidation of the zoning bylaw review. That's been pushed into the fall. The consultant is doing work and has prepared a second report on that work, but the sort of public side of that has obviously been pushed into the fall. And planning staff and building staff are working on the internal working groups that are working on the sort of the finances and the people and the business continuity, and of course the economic recovery task force work that's going on. So in terms of the building side of things, although the province has looked at the building code and they haven't actually made any changes to the building code or to any of the building practices. The only document that they've put out was this adding second unit in an existing house. So this is sort of a layperson's guide as to how to get a legal suite into your home. So in terms of the types of work that the building department has been doing to try and work around the pandemic and the restrictions that have been placed on them, they are presently working majority from home, but we are having, of the 16 or 17 people in the building department, about 5 are coming into the office on any given day. The rest are working from home. That seems to be working well, and they're able to get work done. Of course, all the satellite offices that the building department had have been closed, and so they're not able to work out of those offices, so everything's been centralized to 180 Kent. They are doing external inspections, so they are doing on-site inspections where they can view whatever work needs to be inspected around the perimeter of the building, but where they need to enter into the building, they are enabling the applicant or the property owner to use a video app, and the applicant or the contractor uses their phone or an iPad to walk around the house and actually show the inspections that are needed, and the building inspector can watch on the video and do the final inspections that way. But the building department is working with the health and safety staff to look at protocols for entering into buildings, and so that is coming in the next couple of weeks. And the building department is short 3 inspectors at this point in time, and so they've had to be redeployed. The existing inspectors have had to be redeployed to try and cover off the areas. So in terms of the numbers, I'm just going to go over to this right screen here with the pointer. So this is the numbers for up to a similar time frame in 2019. This is the numbers up to June 18th this year. So as you can see, the building permits are significantly down, practically in half from last year at this time. That's primarily due to the fact that during the pandemic, no building permits could be issued other than for safety reasons. We weren't able to accept applications up until a few weeks ago, so there was a time frame where applications weren't being accepted because we didn't have anywhere to bring them to at that point. So the inspections or the permits are down considerably, but certainly catching up at this point in time. Also, just to qualify, these numbers are sort of halfway through June, so we still have a couple of months through the rest of June to add to these numbers. So in terms of, again, the numbers here, in terms of the value of construction, you can see last year they had about 18 million, 19 million at this time frame. This year we're looking at about 16 million, so the value of construction is reflecting the decrease in the building permits. In terms of the planning department, with the limitations on getting into 180 Kent, there was several weeks where it was closed altogether. We are now about working sort of half of the planning department staff are able to get into the office at any given day. The rest are working from home effectively, and we're now able to, we've received all applications. We're caught up on all our compliance letters, which are the letters that go out for the purchase and sale of properties. We're caught up in all our inquiries. And we are backlogged with our pre-consultation meetings, which are the meetings that are held prior to applying for official plan and zoning amendments. But we are going through 4 of those every 2 weeks to try and catch up on the backlog that we have due to the fact that we were just shut down for several months. Likewise with the pre-screening applications, which are the process prior to applying for a variance application. Staff went through about 20 of those over the last 2 weeks just to get caught back up, and we've now caught up on those. And of course, we're now scheduling planning and committee of adjustment meetings for the next months starting in July. So in terms of the planning numbers, surprisingly, they are fairly equal to this time frame last year. So if you look at the 2019 column here, you can see that we had 7 official plans. This year, so far, we have 4, so this should be about half of this column. You can see we have well over half of last year and the year previously. But the minor variances are down considerably, and the pre-consultations and the inquiries are down due to the office being closed. So for the most part, our applications are pretty similar, if not higher, in terms of what we've been able to bring in over this period. So in terms of the applications that have recently gone to council, we had the 2 residential developments that were approved at the May 26, 2020 council meeting. Today, there's a gas station and 2 restaurants and convenience store in Coboconk, along with a cell tower. And next month, we're hoping to be able to bring the mid-rise apartment, 220-unit apartment building that will be going in behind the Loblaws in Lindsay. In terms of the Planning Advisory Committee meetings, we have 4 agenda items for July. We have 6 agenda items for August, and 9 and still counting for September. Presumably that number in September will grow significantly as we're able to start getting through the submissions that we've received more recently. So it'll be either a very long day or maybe a couple of meetings needed in September to get through that backlog. In terms of the Committee of Adjustment, we've got 11 items on the July meeting. That's sort of 3 times what we would normally be reviewing. So that'll be a long meeting, but that'll help us get caught up. And then in August, with the 6 items on the agenda, we should be sort of caught up in terms of the consents and minor variance applications. Ongoing right now, we have 20 official plan and zoning amendments being processed. We have 13 site plans, 36 minor variances and consents, and 2 subdivisions, and that comes out to a total of 938 residential units, close to 326,000 square feet of commercial, and close to 70,000 square feet of institutional industrial. And I should note that that 938 residential units doesn't include the craft development, as those were approved back in December, so those are already in the books. So that's just provides you a quick overview of the Planning and Building Department.
Thanks, Chris. We'll get a motion to receive and see if there's any questions. Councillor Elmsley and Yo. Councillor Elmsley, you have a question?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just a couple. The 2051 date with 117,000 people, that's basically a 50%, a greater than 50% increase in our population in 30 years. You know, in the past that we've questioned those numbers from the province. Do you have any comments on how realistic that is?
These are numbers that are delegated to us, designated to us, so we can certainly question it, but it's not something we can reject or work against or do something different. We're required to plan for those numbers.
Yeah, well, it's just that we've been trapped by that before, and it hasn't worked out well for us in secondary plans and things. So it concerns me. The other thing I wanted to ask about was in slide 4, on slide 4, you referred to developments where you could take out marshlands, swamps, or areas that couldn't be built on and swap them out for other things. As you know, there's 2 developments in Fenelon Falls that have problems such as that. Are you saying that they may be able to go forward now as a result of this?
Those particular projects are part of the appeal that is being discussed at this point in time, and I'm sure this new legislation will become part of that appeal discussion for sure, because it is now part of the provincial policy statement that enables that to take place. So, yes.
Would it be effective enough that it would preclude waiting for the approval of the secondary plan, that it could move forward ahead of that?
The appeal is for the entire plan, so it's not something that you could resolve that issue and then go forward. You've got to resolve all the issues before you can go forward, all the appeals.
Okay, thank you.
Chris, just on the appeal of the secondary plan, I mean, can you share with council? I know the province has recently withdrawn their appeals to our secondary plans. I didn't know if all the council knew that, but they sent a letter recently, and what that means, if anything, in our process moving forward regarding our appeals.
It doesn't really change the work that we're doing. The province had they had an appeal in place that because they didn't agree with the changes in the settlement boundaries that so those particular appeals that deal with the settlement boundaries of the different secondary plans, they're gone with the province taking that off the table, but it doesn't change any of the other appeals, the other 32 appeals that we're dealing with, and all the sub-clauses of appeals and things. So it certainly helps. It takes a couple of the big issues off the table, but it doesn't resolve the.
Yep, thank you. Councillor Ashmore, question?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through you to Director Marshall. You mentioned about the rural zoning bylaw, and that's going on. What I was made to think was that didn't end until the end of 2021, but you're saying that there's some flexibility, that it may actually be more flexible there, that we don't have to wait till that study's done, or what is, you mentioned that. I wasn't quite sure what you meant there.
To you, Mr. Mayor. So I was just referring to a separate amendment that staff are working on, that is new legislation that's come out of this More Homes, More Choices Act, that allows for up to 2 suites to be incorporated into a house. Originally, we were looking at just incorporating that into the rural zoning bylaw, and in the future, the urban zoning bylaw consolidations as we did them. But we're now looking at bringing that one particular amendment forward to allow that to be incorporated into the zoning bylaws ahead of the consolidations.
Thanks. And just finally, how have you found the commercial DC drop to 0%? Has that spurred any interest or more interest from developers since we've done that?
I haven't talked to any of the applicants and directly asked them that question, but we presently have 350,000 square feet of commercial on the books and 70,000 square feet of industrial, so I would say it certainly hasn't hurt.
I don't think it helped that it took place, kicked in on April 1st, and a week before we got shut down by the pandemic. So I think, you know, over the rest of the year and probably next year, you'll see more of an impact than you're going to see right now as a result of direct development. Councillor Yeo, go ahead.
Yeah, thank you, and through you to Mr. Marshall. Seeing as I'm on the Committee of Adjustment and I have 11 files coming forward, are we going to get the agenda a little quicker than normal?
We'll do our best to get it to you as soon as possible.
Thank you.
That's your question on this whole presentation? I think you should double up and do them all in one day personally and get right caught up. Councillor O'Reilly, go ahead.
Thanks very much, and I think with the new policies are out, the new paper that's out, that it certainly looks like there's some going to be less red tape in different areas, and there may be some encouragement. But there's been a number of articles especially in the Toronto papers more recently, that there's a big push from the larger Toronto developers to expand boundaries. And would you have any comment on why they're pushing out 5 years for, or your thoughts, or why they're pushing out 5 years?
Well, when you push out the number of years that you have to plan for, you necessarily increase the numbers of people that you have to plan for. So you're increasing the population so in our case, we're going from 110 to 117. Well, now instead of trying to accommodate, 110,000 people, we have to accommodate 117. So we have to find 7,000 or 3,500 more homes in our community, and that allows for that consideration of extending the boundaries. Now, the province is going to expect that a large percentage of that is through infill development within the settlement boundary, but there will be, I would think, some expansion of the boundaries as well.
Any further questions for the director? Seeing none, we have a motion to receive. All in favor? That's passed. Thank you, Mr. Marshall. Appreciate the update. Thanks for hanging out with us for a while. We'll move into item 8.1, which is Committee of the Whole. So I have a couple of extractions. 831 has been extracted by Councillor Dunn. I have 837 is extracted by Councillor Elmsley. I have 838 sorry, I should read these. Sorry, 831, which is the deputation from Joan Abernathy regarding a judicial review and a claim, has been extracted by Councillor Dunn. 837, the report, the potential additional road segments for the 2020 Life Cycle Program, has been extracted by Councillor Elmsley. I have 838, the proposed amendments to the policy and code of conduct for committees, boards, and task forces has been extracted by Councillor Dunn. And I have 839, that the policy, the council committee, board, and task force policy, a referral back to staff has been extracted by Councillor Ashmore. That's the extractions that I have. Is there any other extractions from committee of the whole? So seeing none, can I get a motion that the minutes of the June 9th, 2020 Committee of the Whole meeting be received and the recommendations included in section 8.3 of the agenda, save and accept 831, 837, 838, and 839 be adopted? Councillor Ashmore and Yo, all in favor? That's passed. Thank you. 831 has been extracted by Councillor Dunn regarding the judicial review and claim by the Deputy Joan Abernathy. Go ahead.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'll give you a motion that, hold on. I'll give you a motion that the deputation of correspondence from Joan Abernathy regarding a judicial review and claim be received, that the correspondence received from Joan Abernathy dated June 23rd.
The new correspondence.
The new correspondence be received, and that the clerk issue a letter of apology to Joan Abernathy in relation to her dismissal from the Kawartha Lakes Municipal Heritage Advisory Committee, and if I get a seconder, I will explain my motions.
Do you want to do them together, or do you want to?
I think we can do them all together.
Okay. That's a motion. Anybody want to second it? Call for a seconder. Councillor Yo, go ahead.
Okay, so the first part of the motion, the receive is self-explanatory, and we've gone over it. The second portion is a letter which does fill in some of the blanks, and it seems that at least to her own satisfaction, she has identified the complainant. The third part is what the city's action were in regard to this. And it's the rationale behind my saying that we should be looking at apologizing for our actions. So I'm just going to read a couple of the excerpts from the Superior Court ruling. The city factum acknowledged the tenure of Mrs. Abernathy was terminated without notice or opportunity to be heard. The counsel for the respondent, which would be us, made a valiant effort to justify the actions taken by the city. It is alleged that Mrs. Abernathy issued a written correspondence to a colleague of the same advisory committee that amounted to a threat. Now, none of this information was ever shared with council. If you look at Mrs. Abernathy's letter, it seems that she sent somebody a poem. And based on that, we took the actions that we did. In her submissions, counsel for the city described the clerk as being caught between conflicting priorities, one to fulfill the requirements of procedural fairness, and the other one to protect the privacy of those who are subject to the alleged threats. The clerk opted for the latter over the former. She was wrong. That was wrong. That's an error that our city made. We made a mistake, and we should acknowledge the fact that we made the mistake. In the interim, and I'll go on to part number 9. In the interim, Mrs. Abernathy has been told that there is a multitude of committee members and staff members had complained that she's been mean to them. Now, I want to quickly go over the evidence that we have. Number one, there's never been a declaration of the charges. Nobody's ever known exactly what Mrs. Abernathy was charged with or accused of doing. Number two, there's very little evidence in front of council at the time that we made our decisions. The only evidence that we currently have is, number one, we have a sworn declaration from Mrs. Abernathy. None of this ever happened. And number two, we have a sworn declaration from the chairman of the committee, who is a lawyer, but actually took the time to write out an affidavit. And I'm going to take the time to read it in. I, William Bateman, am chairperson of the Kawartha Lakes Municipal Heritage Committee and was the chairman at the time all materials concerning the application as such. I have knowledge of the issues referred to. During the appointment of Mrs. Abernathy, no committee member or any other person shared with me or expressed any complaint or other concerns of her behavior. During the appointment of Joan Abernathy, Kawartha Lakes KLMHC, I did not observe her to demonstrate any hostile, aggressive, harassing, or bullying behaviors towards any committee member or staff member. In addition to serving on the KLMHC, Joan Abernathy serves on the designation subcommittee of the Heritage Awards Subcommittee that she also chairs. I heard no complaints from members of those subcommittees from Joan Abernathy or from any member of the public with whom she interacts on those subcommittees. I have known Joan Abernathy for several years, and in addition to serving on the KLMHC with her, I also serve with her on the board of the Victoria County Historical Society and as co-founder and director of the Ontario Huron Tract Historical Company. I have never witnessed Joan Abernathy demonstrating any hostile, aggressive, bullying, or harassing behaviors towards any individual nor any but the most civil and courteous and kind behaviors towards all. And 6, I have never been contacted by any member of the municipal staff to inquire about the actions of Joan Abernathy during her tenure on the KLMHC. We never asked them. We never went to anybody and asked. We took the word, no sworn declaration from the complainant. We took the word of a sworn, now for all we know, because we don't
Councillor,
know.
I'll just caution you, some of the information that was supplied to this council was in closed session.
And I'm not going to say any of it. That's why I'm reading from declarations from other people. I'm quite aware of my
Well, make sure that
response.
you're saying it's from the other information from the deputant. It's not from this council.
Okay.
There was information supplied in closed as not to be released.
No, I'm talking about,
Thank
okay,
you.
there is no sworn declaration. No sworn declaration. But we're going to accept, and we have accepted the information. For all we know, this unknown complainant could be a pathological liar, because we don't know, because we never talked to him and we never saw anything that he wrote. And I'm assuming it's a he based on Joan's letter, because she seems to be quite happy with identifying who was actually the complainant. We have no information that, in fact, any of this was ever done. So we have the only other thing that we know for sure is somebody went down to the Kawartha Lake Police Service and attempted to get a peace bond, and they were turned down because there was no factual information to support one. But this council went ahead, and we did to Miss Abernathy what we did to her, and we're wrong. And now the court's told us we're wrong, and we should apologize for it and walk away from it. We should be done with it. Because I want everyone here to think of how would they feel if, in fact, this happened to them. If you were charged with something and you didn't know what the charges were, you were convicted and you never had an opportunity to complain, and you never knew who charged you with it, how would you feel if that was you or your loved one or your friends? What we did was wrong, and we should apologize for it. And I've got closing remarks if there's any further. That's it.
Thank you. Councillor Yeo, you seconded it. Do you want to speak to it? No? Councillor Elmsley, you have a question, comment?
I'm speaking against the motion. I speak against the motion because it did go to court, and the court ruled in one way and gave Miss Abernathy, some satisfaction by pointing out that council was wrong. I may disagree with the court in terms of, I believe that was a committee of council. Council can appoint people to committees of council, and they can unappoint people to committees of council. It is a committee of council. Council controls it. So therefore, if we chose to remove someone from a committee, we can do so, and I don't think that we necessarily have to give rhyme or reason. I will say that after our last session, in which I again said that I was not in favor of a motion to provide an apology, I received correspondence from Miss Abernathy, and over the course of that correspondence, before I decided not to correspond anymore, I believe she referred to me as corrupt, a radical, and a scofflaw. So I can see that over the course of maybe a heated debate or any kind of a debate, that she could be a very passionate person who really stresses her point and could be intimidating to others. I was not particularly intimidated, but her final statement to me was that while I was these things, I thought of her as a violent, dangerous person, which I had never said. So I think that my reasoning is that while she may be a very good person in terms of wanting to serve the community and do other things, that perhaps her passion sometimes gets in the way and she doesn't realize that she can be intimidating and that she can be aggressive in her arguments. So for those reasons, I will not be supporting any motion, and I don't feel that I owe Ms. Abernathy an apology.
Thank you. Any further questions, comments regarding? I'll get Councillor Dunn. One thing I want to clarify that I'm not going to support the motion either for some of the reasons the councillor has mentioned. But one of the things that came up the last time and keeps coming up is this release of the individuals who provided information in confidence to the city. Ms. Abernathy constantly claims that the court ordered the city to release those names. And Councillor Dunn, you mentioned at the last deputation, why hasn't the city told you these names yet? So I just want to read you. I read the court case several times, and both the Divisional Court and the Information and Privacy Commissioner decided on the issue of whether or not the names of the individuals who had provided information in confidence to the city should be protected. Both courts found in favor of the city, and the Divisional Court actually awarded costs against Ms. Abernathy in that situation. So we need to stop having the conversation about why isn't the city releasing the names of the complainant to Ms. Abernathy, because the court ruled, as did the Privacy Commissioner, that that should not be done for whatever reasons. So I just wanted to clarify that. That's come up a couple of times. If there's no other questions, I'll turn it back to you for closing arguments. Councillor Dunn, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Okay, so once again, we've had allegations, but the one person that's been in the room the whole time at all these committee meetings is not Councillor Elmsley. He has an opinion, that's fine, but the one person that's been in the room says he's never observed those. And he's a lawyer from Toronto. And he's never observed any of the things he's once again been, I agree. I think Joan's she's certainly a passionate person. I have no doubt about that. But I've been in committee meetings with her, and I've never noticed her being particularly aggressive. Okay, so I'm going to read, it can be expressed as a principle, no person should be judged without a fair hearing in which each party is given the opportunity to respond to the evidence against them. In modern days, this principle is expressed as the right to procedural freedom. This council denied procedural freedom. I'm going to read you one more definition. Is a court that ignores recognized standards of law or justice and often carries little or no official standing in the territory within it resides. The term may also apply to a court held by a legitimate judicial body which intentionally disregards the court's legal and ethical obligations. We have an ethical obligation and had an ethical obligation to provide Ms. Abernathy a fair hearing, and we decided not to do that. That definition comes from Wikipedia, and it's a definition of a kangaroo court. Thank you.
Thank you.
Recorded vote, please.
Recorded vote requested by Councillor Dunn. Madam Clerk. Please use your microphones.
Councillor Dunn.
In favor.
Deputy Mayor O'Reilly.
Opposed?
Counselor Seymour Fagan.
Opposed.
Counselor Yo.
In favor.
Counselor Richardson.
Opposed?
Counselor Ashmore.
In favor.
Counselor Elmsley.
Opposed.
Counselor Vale.
Opposed.
Mayor Letham.
Opposed. Motion fails 6-3. Thank you. I do need to get a motion that the deputation and correspondence from Joan Abernathy regarding a judicial review and a claim be received along with the new correspondence dated June, whatever.
Yeah, I'll give you that motion.
Motion, thank you. Councillor Dunn will move that. Can I get a seconder? Councillor O'Reilly, questions on that? All in favor? That's passed. Okay, thank you. 837 is the next extraction from Councillor Elmsley regarding the road segments for the 2020 Life Cycle Program.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I extracted that because basically I didn't know how else to get this in front of council. Through my own stupidity, negligence, whatever, Prince Street in Fenelon Falls was to be redone in 2018. It couldn't be done because of Enbridge Gas. So Enbridge didn't get to it till 2019, so it wasn't done in 2019 either. So come 2020, they are now going to do Prince Street, and the first inkling I had that there was something amiss was when I was told that sidewalks were not included. When I inquired about why sidewalks weren't included, I was told it wasn't part of the reconstruction. I said, oh. So I had planned to bring a memo to council asking for it to be considered, the sidewalks to be considered in the 2021 budget. Then I found out yesterday that the redo of Princess Street is for one block only. When I questioned why we were only doing it for one block, and this is where my stupidity comes in, that I didn't follow up in 2018 and 2019 because I thought it was part of the roads program. Doing one block really is, it solves part of the problem. It doesn't solve the whole problem because that road is a tar and chip road and it is constantly under repair for potholes. I'm looking for a way to get the route extended for another block down to the next crossing. When I talked to Mike Farquhar about it, he said, well, that was originally done under the lifestyle or the life cycle program. It was included in 2018. It never went into the regular roads program. So I asked him, how do I get this included so we do much more of the road? And he said he didn't know because he had his instructions and he had his budget, which took him only one block. So I asked him how much it would cost to extend it to the next block, and he said he thought to do the same kind of work because they're doing it in asphalt, which I'm very pleased, it would be $100,000. So what I'm looking for is some kind of way, because they're in the process of doing this job right now, so if they finish and go away, getting them back is problematic. So I'm kind of, I don't know whether to put forward a motion to ask for another $100,000 in the life cycle program, or how I should go about it. And I do take most of the responsibility for this.
Well, thanks for the advance notice. We could work on that for you, so appreciate it. So can I just ask, what program is the original block under? Because it's not under the Life Cycle Extension Program, but you're proposing using that program to do the second segment. So what is the first segment under?
It's under the 2018 Life Cycle Extension Program.
Oh, it is under Life Cycle Extension carried over because they couldn't get to it. So it's not a surface treatment or anything, it's just fixing it up. Okay. So what do you want to do?
Well, I'll make a motion that from the capital reserve, we take $100,000 more and put it into the life cycle extension program to do the extra section of Princess Street in Fenelon Falls. And if I get a seconder, I'd be very happy.
So the motion then, as printed, for the life cycle extension, because we don't want to lose all the other roads included in here. So you're proposing adding another that, then an additional 100,000 from the capital contingency reserve be utilized to do the remainder block of Princess Street in Fenelon Falls. Is that what you're proposing? So that's the mover. Anybody want to second that? Councillor Seymour Fagan, you'll second that? You want to speak to it, or you have?
I basically have bared my soul on it, so.
Okay. Councillor Seymour Fagan, do you want to speak to it?
I just don't think that Councillor Elmsley would come forward bearing his soul without a real reason. So I think it must need a lot of work right now. So that's why I supported it.
Oh, it needs a lot of work, as do a lot of roads in the city, right? So I don't think there's any doubt about that. Councillor Yeo, go ahead.
Just through you, correct me if I'm wrong, but didn't we already add something last meeting to this for you?
We did. We added $10,000 to continue with Long Beach Road. There was a portion at the end from the trail to Highway 121, and it was from $365,000 to $375,000 as part of that. Yes.
Right. Okay. So this lifestyle extension is to get the road to a point where it can last for a couple more years until it's going to be constructed. So I understood the one last meeting. So what's the construction date of Princess Street? Because this shouldn't be used just to get a road paved. This has to be to get us through to when the road's actually going to be fixed correctly. So when is the construction due date for Princess Street?
No idea.
And I understand what you're saying, but I don't think the information's here for me to support it, because for all I know, this road could be on the budget in 3 years. And basically, we're going to throw $100,000 at something that they can, and God, I know I hate patching roads, but this is a lot of patch. It's a lot of scratch for a lot of patch. Let's leave it at that.
Yeah, no, and I agree with you. And I think something to consider might be pass this motion as printed to get on with it. The other consideration, I don't know if the CAO has an answer, is work schedules. I mean, the reason we cut it off at 375 was because there's only so many months left in the year, and I know we can do that much work, but there's not much more we can do. So is this something, I know you're going to say, well, they're already there, they're going to continue it. Is it something that can be accommodated in the schedule, or would a better option be to do a follow-up motion that a report come back in July from staff with some background information, and it can be either added to a program if council chooses or not, but at least we would have, to Councillor Yeo's point, some more background information on where this road lies in the long term. But just, I know you're saying they're proposing to work on it now, so just a thought. So did you have any feedback on work schedules and how, is it even possible to do an additional road segment based on the limited timelines they have this year?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, so I can't speak specifically because we didn't pose this question, but when the report was brought forward to council previously, the 375,000 or 365, it really quantified what we felt was the amount of work that we could accomplish this year, not just from a budget standpoint, but from an oversight and staffing resource perspective. Now, having said that, again, I haven't asked staff about capacity on an existing location or circumstance, so there may be some give there, My bigger concern would be the budget implication side of things. And so I certainly appreciate what's being offered. You mentioned the second option, which might be for us to have a second look at the program, the funding source, and the resources, and bring something back with a quick turnover in July to you. I think that would be the preferred option, at least from my standpoint.
Thank you. Councillor Dunn, go ahead.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm just a bit confused. What happened with the sidewalks? Was that just a red herring? Well, no, all of a sudden we went from sidewalks to lifestyle extension for a block of
Well,
road.
I was trying to tell you that, you know, I missed,
All right,
I missed
okay.
the ball
No,
on
no,
the
no, no,
whole
that's
thing,
fine.
but
There's no
there's
sidewalks there
one
now, right? There's no
sidewalk.
sidewalks there now, is there?
No.
There's a sidewalk that goes half a block, and it was put in 5 years ago. It ends in the middle of somebody's property. So, and it was 5 years ago, so they didn't propose to do anything with the sidewalk.
Okay, I just wanted to make sure we weren't doing sidewalks under the lifestyle or life, okay, all right.
Councillor Ashmore, go ahead.
Yes, through you, Mr. Mayor, I guess to the CAO. How much is in the capital contingency reservers? Could I ask that? How much is actually there right now?
I think Jennifer, the director, told us last time about 1.8 million. That number, when we asked about adding the 10,000 to the previous one, I think she said about 1.8 million, but don't quote me on that.
Through you, similarly, is around the recollection that I have that would be uncommitted. I know that it is larger, but there are many commitments in that reserve already.
The director gave us a thumbs up on Zoom, so we're close, okay?
Yeah, I'm speaking in favor of it because it's not just a 1 or 2 year thing. I think it'll extend a life to 3 to 4 to 5 years. It's actually saving us money. And as far as the calendar goes, we did some work in Walmart Shores, McGregor Drive, St. Luke's Road. Just beautiful. Like, we just lucked out on the weather in October, but it can go right up till freeze up. You've got a window right till the end of October. So I think they could squeeze it in. But I think it's an excellent program, and it's worth every dollar. And you get a payback, and you invest in your roads. So I really think it's a good investment.
Thank you. Councillor Riley?
I don't disagree with the previous speaker, but I just wondered, do we know when this Prince Street's going to be done? Would there be any downside of getting the report back in July? Or do we know when when the construction? I'm leaning more towards getting the report in July, but I'm just wondering when the construction is going to be done.
This week.
All of it? No, it won't be done. How long is it? Do you know how long it's going to take her?
One block.
My only concern is, like with Councillor Yeo, is it was going to, we're planning on doing it all together, but I'll see.
Councillor Dunn, follow up?
Yeah, we don't even know whether or not the contractor may have next week booked, and he may have the week after that booked someplace else. I mean, we have no idea whether the contractor's available. That's why it's a 2018 approval, because we can approve these things, but St. David was approved for 2019. Just got done this year. You know, it got done in May. We can keep on slamming these things on here on an ad hoc basis, but if the contractor's not available, then it doesn't make sense. So I would support getting a report.
Yeah, I think it makes sense, and I know that's not the motion, so we can do that as a follow-up if it gets there, if this fails, but the other thing to keep in mind is you're adding $100,000 to this year's program, which hasn't been awarded yet on a tender, but you're talking about extending a contract of somebody who's from 2018 doing a totally different contractor, doing a totally different project. So it's not even the same guy that would do them. We've got two different programs here, so it's not a question of are we adding on to the work already being done, because that's a contractor awarded in 2018, and the contract today that we're awarding or proposing to add to it hasn't even been completed in the tender process yet. So, you know, you're not going to get that benefit of the same guy being able to just continue along. You can't do it. Not under this program.
As I said, I didn't say it was
Yeah.
something I'm happy about
Okay.
coming with.
No, and I'm just trying to lay out the facts, right? That's the reality of where we are this late in the year and, trying to get some of these things done. I'm not saying it shouldn't be done. I'm not saying it's a good project. There might be a different way to go about it. So are there any other questions or comments regarding Councillor Seymour Fagan?
Yes, I have a question. So if we support it and we put $100,000 and they can't do it, then what happens?
It would get carried over to next year and they would do it in the spring.
Okay, thank you. Do we have any staff, any directors who can answer any of our questions on this?
We didn't know the question was coming, so we don't have any staff available to answer it. CAO's here. He's got some background, but other than that, we don't.
Thank you.
Yeah, and I just want to reiterate the point. If this is a carryover from 2 years ago for life cycle extension, then that road, in my mind, has got to be getting close to reconstruction. We're already 2 years past the life cycle extension. Then typically it adds, you write 3 to 4 years, so we got to be halfway into that waiting period till the road is done completely. So I think we got to wait for the report. Thank you.
I think the report is a better, I'll let you sum up in a second. I think the report is a better option, Councillor, to get all the information. I think we can make a better informed decision, especially because it's $100,000. I think you're hearing some support here to let's figure out a way to how maybe we can do it. But I don't think this is the avenue to do it effectively, to be honest. But go ahead.
Director Rojas is on Zoom, so he can answer the question.
Answer. What are you looking for an answer in?
Can't do it, or can we do it, or? Yeah, well, it
don't
just
think he's
helps
gonna-
if he knows an answer.
Can you loop him in? There, we got both of them in one swipe. There you go. That'll teach you. Hi. So the question is, we're struggling a little bit with the extra $100,000 for this life cycle extension program. Two different projects, right? Two different programs. One is from 218. This is from a tender that's just going out now that would be added to that. And then the second question is, so I don't know how that works. And the second question is, or maybe we have three, but the second question is from Councillor Seymour Fagan. Can the work be accommodated this year if it gets approved? Because I know we're tight. And I think number three, to Councillor Yo's point, is, is this the best way to do the rest of this road? Or are we just slapping something on here to get us by a couple of years and really not maximizing the use of $100,000? So I know we're putting you on the spot. We got put on the spot, so we're putting you on the spot. And if you've got any feedback on that, it would be appreciated.
Thank you. Through you, Mayor. So we do have a 2020 life cycle extension tender that closed last week.
Correct.
That hasn't been awarded yet. It's with purchasing to award. We do have an existing contract that has been awarded that they're currently working on Princess Street, awarded to Dufferin Construction. Councillor Elmsley is correct. They're working on that first block as approved by council. We could easily do a change order to that award to increase the scope by $100,000 to do the additional block on Princess Street. They are currently working there today or this week, removing asphalt, and we plan to pave next week. So if we get council direction, we can contact Dufferin and extend the scope under the existing contract with a change order. So it is possible to get it done if we have the funding available.
So do you happen to know if they're available to continue with this work if we did the change order? Have you reached out to them? Or to Council Dunn's point, do they have another project lined up for next week that they're going to say to you, we can come back and do it in October? Or if you approve this, we can continue on with the program right now?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, we haven't reached out to Dufferin yet. We only got a schedule from our senior tech who's in charge of the project timing for the current phase. So we would still have to reach out to Dufferin to see if they're able to extend the scope.
But by the time, if this goes to the July council meeting, Dufferin would be out of that area and onto the next work. So the likelihood of them doing it now is greater. In the event that it doesn't get done, you're absolutely right. In accordance with our capital close, it would roll over into either next year or later on this year.
Okay, so my last question is, this program that we're putting it into is the road segments for 2020 life cycle program. I have to assume that's not where we should approve the $100,000 because that's a different program than the one you're talking about. So if we chose to do a follow-up motion for the $100,000 to continue this, what program are we adding it to? How do we word that properly?
Yeah, so through you, Mr. Mayor, so you're correct. Typically, the $100,000 is just a funding source. They both come out of the general tax levy. So whether they get into the resurfacing programs or the life cycle extension, it's the same revenue stream. So the issue with Princess Street is it's portions of Princess Street is semi-urban, meaning there's not curb and sidewalk on the whole entire section. So it is outside our 5-year. We would have to, when it comes up for life cycle renewal, so when we reconstruct the road, we would urbanize the street with full curb and gutter and sidewalk all the way through. That's well outside our 5-year. So it's a mix of the two because there is maintenance concerns on it, on that second block. We wouldn't be resurfaced. It's outside our 5-year plan. And when we do it, we would have to reconstruct and design it to a full urban standard anyways. So paving it now under the life cycle extension would achieve those objectives and be in line with the project, even though we're resurfacing the entire road.
Okay, I understand, but I'm going to go back to my original question. If we approve an extra $100,000 for the 2020 life cycle extension program, can you utilize $100,000 of that program to continue with this program for 2018, or do we need to do it somewhere else?
So I'll let just Mike answer that question.
So through you, Mr. Mayor, just back to the first issue, the original project in 2018 was collapsed due to the Enbridge project and us not wanting to have to cut a new road with Enbridge crossings. So the current funding source for the work that is currently being done on Princess Street this year through an awarded contract is the funding source through the life cycle extension program
2020.
For 2020.
So it was collapsed. It was originally funded in 2018. It was collapsed in 2018 and rebudgeted for in the 2020 budget cycle.
So if we add $100,000 to the 2020 life cycle extension program, that extra funding can be used to utilize the rest or that extra block of Princess Street next week. Is that correct?
Subject to council, to the contractor's availability, but that is correct. And we think they would be available, but that has to be confirmed.
Okay, thank you. Councilor Yeo?
Thank you, and I'm just, a question, I don't know if they can answer, but I had a question on the $100,000 for one block. Like, would that be an upset limit? It's a lot of money for one block. I can pave a highway for a kilometer for that. I can't, I don't pay for it. I had a question about the funding, the $100,000 for one block. Now, is that an upset limit? Is that an estimate? Because it seems like a lot of money for one block if there's no infrastructure underneath it.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, with regards to the councillor's question, the scope of the work would be similar to the same scope we're doing on the first block. So the first block is roughly over 300 meters. The next block is roughly 500 meters. The costing we received on the first block is approximately $78,000, but that includes pulverizing, adding minimal gravel grading, water valve blocks adjustments, manhole adjustments, and then paving with a lift of 50 mils of HL4 asphalt. So that similar scope would then be projected on the next block, which is approximately 500 meters.
Yeah, so we prorated the unit price of the existing contract with the quantities, did a quick tabletop exercise, and that's how we came up with the $100,000 budget estimate.
So it's not a standard block, it's not a block, it's big block.
Thank you.
Councillor Ashmore?
For you to Mike or Juan, so if we add 100,000, it brings it to 475 on top of what we already had. But it's basically a pool of money, and if the tender comes in less, then there could be, say for example, if this road, this Prince Street cost maybe 80,000 to do, there's going to be money left over for other projects, will there not? Like it actually helps other projects that are on that list if the tender comes in a little less. So I just want to spread the wealth around a bit.
Tender closed already. So the tender's already closed. We have those unit prices. Purchasing has that award. But we're utilizing the existing contract that was put out earlier in the year. So what we did is we have a urban arterial resurfacing contract that had one long road that we piggybacked Princess Street on because it was in the same area for efficiencies. So even though the contract was a combination of two different programs, for efficiency purposes, we put them in the same one. The contract that just closed, that hasn't been awarded, is a life cycle extension project that council saw the list for. So again, this would be a change order. We already know the numbers. We already know the unit rates. We have a schedule from the contractor that they're actively removing asphalt there this week and paving next week. So it would be a natural progression to just carry on that additional long block should council wish it.
Thank you. Councillor Elmsley, you want to sum up?
I don't think I can say any more on this.
I don't think you should say any more.
I mean, really and truly, I do apologize for doing it in this manner, but I really didn't know how else to come forward with it.
Okay, so everybody's clear on the motion. It's the as printed, adding $100,000 out of the capital contingency reserve to, that you've heard, can be done, can be completed at a cost as big block added to that life cycle. That's the funding that'll be used to complete it. So is everybody clear on the motion? I'll call the question. All in favor? Motion passes. I think you're buying around tonight, aren't you?
I may buy more than one.
I think you may as well. Councillor Yeo left on purpose. Okay, so that's passed. So thank you. Okay. Yeah, no problem. 838 is our next extraction, which is the proposed amendments to the policy and code of conduct for committees, boards, and task forces. Councillor Dunn, your extraction.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. If you can recall, during the committee of the whole meeting, I said I didn't like the proposed amendments, but I couldn't come up with a better one. Well, I think I did. So I'm going to. So I guess my motion to get it on the floor would be that the proposed amendments to the policy code of conduct for committee, board, and task force be received, and the proposed amendments to CP 2018-017 and CP 2018-018 as amended be adopted.
I think if you just do it as printed and then add on at the end, and this would be adopted with an additional amendment.
Okay.
Then we've already got the amendments that are part of the original report.
Okay.
But if you've got another one, then I think try it that way.
No, I struggled with the under the proposed, and it's the same one for both of them. So I'll just say it once. The mayor will determine the contraventions alleged and investigate and keep them with. I think at that point, these matters should be referred to the Kawartha Lakes Police Service for follow-up. And if I get a second, I'll explain why.
It depends on the incident, doesn't it? Now, just let me ask one thing of the CEO. Aren't we talking about an old one? Wasn't it changed to the new policy? Isn't the mayor decides what to do with it? That authority under the new policy was given to the clerk and taken out of the mayor's hands? I don't have the policy in front of me because it was a committee of the whole, but I'm just asking the CAO if he recalls. Do you, Ron?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, so the code of conduct is proposed to be updated. That's what you viewed at the last committee of the whole meeting. So it does change the process from the previous based on the court decision and direction that we got. It doesn't address this particular issue, though.
Okay, and we got Robin on the screen if we're looking for clarification, but, sorry, so just go again then. I was mistaken.
Okay, so I guess I need a seconder before I start. Or,
Say your motion again, sorry.
okay, so you're saying as printed? With an additional amendment. That. Okay, so because I was struggling with the part, the mayor will determine the contraventions alleged and investigate in keeping with. Okay, what I'm saying is at that point, take it out of our hands. We've demonstrated that we're not competent. This is not something that council should be doing, and it's, you know, these are investigations where there's rules of law that should be followed. And, you know, there's absolutely no indication that the police services, they're accustomed to dealing with things in confidentiality. So let them do it. Let them bring back a report saying this was duly investigated and this is what we found. Rather than us struggling along, making up our rules and trying to figure out what we're doing.
So your additional amendment is that?
That it be referred to the Kawartha Lakes Police Service for follow-up.
Okay, get a seconder? We can talk about it once we have it on the floor. Councillor Ashmore, you'll second? Go ahead.
I pretty much said it. It's been very obvious. Like I've been chewing at this bone now since July of 2018. Our job is not to investigate complaints about our committee members. And quite frankly, in my opinion, we're not qualified to do that. And I think the schmozzle we just went through is a perfect proof. So let's turn it over to the professionals. Let's turn it over to the people that will follow the rule of law, follow standard investigation procedures, and then come back with a report. And I suggest the Kawartha Lakes Police Services because we fund them. And I have no, you know, they're quite capable of coming in, doing a report for us, doing it quickly, and doing it with confidentiality, presenting that report to us that we're now sitting on solid grounds and we'll feel comfortable making a decision. So I think we should turn this over to the professionals to do the investigation.
Okay, Councillor Ashmore, you seconded it. Do you want to speak to it? So I guess my only question to, and maybe it's to Robin, I mean, I don't care one way or the other, but I'm just, what if it's not a police issue? Like, not everything is a criminal, but not everything is a criminal complaint, right?
Oh, no.
And I mean, how are we gonna, no, let me finish. Okay. If we have an issue with a committee member that, I don't know, don't just refer it to the past one, it might be something totally different that we need to look into, but it's not a police matter, it's not a criminal complaint, and that's where I'm struggling. How, you're suggesting send everything to the police before we even decide where it's going to go from there. I'm not sure I can support that. So.
And I'm not talking about criminal matters. I'm talking about investigation where people are trained investigators. And whether you're investigating whether or not the sewer line is dug too deep or not deep enough, or whether or not you're investigating a criminal occurrence, either one of them, you're capable, you've been trained to take information, put it together in a report, and to ask questions and to ask all the questions of all the people. It's the training that goes along with being an investigator that we lack, regardless of whether it's a criminal matter or not. It can be a civil matter, it could be any, but let's have a trained investigator do our investigations.
Okay, I'm just going to ask the solicitor. Hi, Robin. Have you heard the proposal for the amendment? Do you have, I'm struggling with it. I just wondered if you have a comment for us on it.
I have, thank you. My concern is that the councillor might be looking at a prior version that was advanced by the CAO, and the procedural amendments that exist in the version that I'm recommending actually set out the steps of the investigation. And those were the steps that form the natural justice aspect of the investigation. So it's going to be very clear that if there's an allegation, that allegation goes to the person who is complained about. That person who is complained about has an opportunity to respond in writing, and that written response as well as the allegation both go to council, the materials themselves, so council can make its decision. So at that time, council can decide if it has enough information with both viewpoints on an issue. And my concern with attempting to put this over to the police is that they may not believe that it's in their mandate because it may not involve a criminal matter, but simply any reason that might form the basis for termination.
But if the information, and in the process that you've laid out, the new process, the amendment, it comes to council when we have all the information, at that point, council can make a decision to say, we're not comfortable with what we have, we can forward this up to the police. At that point, we can decide where we go from there once we have all that information in front of us, correct?
That's correct. Council can decide they don't have enough information from both points of view that are presented to them. And they're actually presented from the clerk's office. So the clerk's office is transacting the collection of the data itself before that material goes in its original state to council to make its decision. So if it's decided by council that it is in fact related to a criminal matter, then it would be very reasonable for council to get the police involved at that time. But my concern is putting it in the policy and mandating that the police take over an investigation of a non-criminal matter. We might get a refusal, and then we don't know what to do with the investigation itself.
Thank you. That clarifies it for me. I think we've got it covered. I really do. And I still think you've got an old policy there. I think the new one covers a lot of your concerns. You brought that up the last time, and I think it's taken out of the mayor's hand to make that decision. And I think we've got it where you want it to be, but I'm not 100%.
Well, hopefully we'll never have to find out.
Yep.
That's always my preferred options.
Yep.
As far as
let me see if there's any other questions, and I'll get you to sum
okay,
up. Is that
sure,
okay?
yep.
Is there any other questions from council regarding the proposed motion? Okay, go ahead, sir.
Yeah, well, depending on where we are and listening to Robin, I just might go back with the original motion if that's where we are. But my point is that police officers investigate a lot of things that aren't criminal matters. We investigate industrial accidents to determine whether or not something went wrong. So police officers get involved. Police officers, depending at what level you are, we have forensic accountants. We do a lot of investigations that not necessarily revolve around crimes, and I think we have to get our fixation with crimes. And as long as we're going to call in qualified investigators to investigate, that's my concern. And if Robin's assured me that we're going to have qualified investigators doing the investigation, then I'm comfortable with the original motion. And I hope I never have to find out whether or not we have qualified investigators, because, okay?
Agreed. So you'll withdraw your
Sure.
original motion?
And just go as printed.
You're okay with that, Councillor Ashmore? You seconded it? Yes. We'll withdraw it, so then you'll move the original recommendation as printed?
That's
Councillor
good.
Ashmore, will you second it? Yes. Thank you. No further discussion. We're clear. All in favor? That's passed. Thank you. Thanks, Robin. Don't go anywhere. We got one more for you here. 839 is the Council Committee Board and Task Force policy. Same policy. The motion that it be referred to staff for review, and Councillor Ashmore was just inquiring about the permanent resident, and I think he just had a question, so go ahead.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. So when I saw this come to committee of the whole, I think it was page 134, the committee of the whole, and it was just a little thing, but to me, I think it means a lot, not just to me, but to other people in Kawartha Lakes. I think there's probably about 1,000 at least permanent residents. They're not Canadian citizens yet, and some people, like, they make a decision when they want to become a permanent citizen. I've met in my travels many people from all countries of the world, and they have their own reasons why they don't become Canadian citizens. It just takes longer. My wife's an immigrant to Canada. She was 10 years when we were busy having kids in the 1990s, so that was a more important reason. So, you know, some people decide when they want to become a citizen. However, it bans them from becoming a volunteer for committees and task force, and it's not really fair because these people are contributing to our municipality, and they should have an opportunity to go on these task forces. So I just think it's only be fair that a permanent resident and or a Canadian citizen be allowed to be on a task force or a committee in Kawartha Lakes.
So just for clarification, your original motion, which passed, you had council support to send it back to staff on whether the requirement for volunteer appointments can be expanded to include permanent residents, and it was just to find out that we don't have any, we're okay with that, and to bring, and Robin was gonna bring a report back as part of that policy.
Yeah, I'm okay
So
with
that got
that.
supported by council.
Yeah, I'm okay with that, but what I'm saying is we have to have a legal opinion in order to make a decision on that.
Well, let's ask Robin. So I think the question, Robin, is that the councillor's just inquiring, could we just change the policy as part of these amendments today to include permanent residents, or is it important that you do some research and come back that there isn't any legal issues with including permanent residents on board and task force and council committees?
No, I have no concern with removing the restriction that the board committee task force member be a non-resident if they are a Kawartha Lakes resident, so that or a non-citizen. That's not a concern.
So you would be okay to amending that the policy be amended to include, be expanded to include permanent residents, that portion, section 1.1 of the policy, be amended to include permanent residents as well as Canadian residents. You have no issues with doing that right here today?
Yeah, I believe those were alternatives. So a Canadian citizen or a Kawartha Lakes resident. And yes, no concern with doing that today.
You'll move that, Councillor? Do you want to do that instead?
Just a clarification, when I meant permanent resident of Canada. So that's, you know, we're residents of City Kawartha Lakes, but it's not just resident of Kawartha Lakes. You're a Canadian resident. You're a permanent resident, which is a legal status. Okay,
Well,
I don't mean to
Let's look for
complicate this, but
is there any distinction between a resident of Kawartha Lakes and a permanent resident as far as this policy goes?
I think the issue was more with my terminology around Canadian citizen or permanent resident. And I agree with Councillor Ashmore that he's using the more proper terminology of a permanent resident that has permanent residency status but doesn't have Canadian citizenship status can legally be on a board or a task force or a committee of the city.
Perfect. Okay. So you want to move that we make that amendment here today? Sure. Okay. You get a seconder? Councillor Seymour Fagan. Any other questions, comments? Call the question. All in favor? That's passed. Great. Thanks, Robin. Appreciate that. I'm looking. Consent. So we're going to go over to 9.1.1, which is our reports. The first report. Oh yeah, Robin's going to do these two as well. Okay, sorry. Request for the creation of parking spaces on Clonsilla Drive, East Beehive Subdivision. The motion is that the report RS 2020-004, request for the creation of parking spaces on Clonsilla Drive, East Beehive Subdivision, be received only at this point. So we can get a motion for that, and then we'll see if there's any follow-up. So let's do that as a motion to receive. Councillor Yeo and Seymour Fagan. All in favor? That's passed. Is there any follow-up motion? Councillor Yeo?
I give you a follow-up motion that parking, up to 3 parking spots be allowed on the road allowance at the end of Clonsilla Drive. and that the no parking signs on Clencilla Drive and the other street, can't remember what it was now, but they be marked with the bylaw number that states there's no parking there to alleviate any concerns of the residents.
Okay, there's a motion here in the report on page 209 that I think 209. So it said permission be granted for 3 permanent parking places to be created on the most westerly portion of the road allowance legally described as Clencilla Drive on Plan 373 in the geographic township of Verulam, City of Kawartha Lakes, PIN 63126-0485LT in the East Beehive Estates subdivision, that staff be directed to commence the process of allowing the creation of 3 parking spaces on the land described above, with all related costs, including those of maintenance and insurance, payable by the applicant, and that the mayor and clerk be authorized to execute any documents and agreements required by the approval of this decision, that the necessary bylaw be forwarded to council for adoption. We don't put, the clerk's just saying, we don't put the bylaw numbers or dates on signs. It's a valid no parking sign. If they're using it as an excuse to park there, they should be ticketed. So that's, we don't put that on any no parking signs according to the clerk. Are you okay with that motion? Does that give you? That was just one of the options in the report.
That's fine. I knew it was in there somewhere because that's where I come up with the 3 spots. So the bylaw, can we at least, I know it won't be part of the motion, but at least get the bylaw number to the residents, and maybe somebody has a permanent red marker. Thank you.
Thank you. So we have a motion as the alternative. Does anybody want to second that? You've got the motion, the alternative. Councillor Dunn, you'll second. Councillor Yeo, you want to speak to it?
Yes, thank you. Obviously, this is, in my mind, an issue of parking. Not on the road. They're not going to lose their parking bylaw on the road. This is to allow some of the elderly people up in the other end that has deeded access to this area to park up to 3 cars. There's questions today about who owns what land, and that has nothing to do with this council, and this council should not even be involved in that. That is an issue for the lawyers. Should it come down to that in a courtroom somewhere and not in this room. So I'm just asking that you allow these people 3 parking spots on a city-owned right-of-way, and that's the end of the story. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Dunn, you want to speak to it? You seconded it?
Yeah, just very briefly. I really struggle with this one. But 3 parking spots to me is a reasonable compromise, even though it's unassumed, and that's the part I was struggling with, is the fact that it's unassumed. Even though it's unassumed, I think we should have freedom of travel and freedom of stopping, and for those reasons, I support the motion.
The road is unassumed, you're right, and it's still a public road, right? So we have lots of those across the city, so it doesn't prevent anybody from driving down them. Councilor Fagan, you had a comment, question?
Yeah, I don't know if it's process or how to do this, because I would like to add something to this. I don't know if we let the motion fail or ask for a friendly or what it is, but I'd like to ask.
You can ask for a friendly if it's friendly and see if Councilor Yeo's in a good mood.
Okay, I would like to ask for a friendly that it be given 1 year and see as a pilot project and see how it works, because this has been years and it's been contentious. I know it very well, and I understand both parties. I also understand where Egan Ridge says that they don't have access to it, and I just found that out today on my way here. So I think that we give them 1 year, make sure that they're following the rules, and there's no issues with the residents who are paying for the road maintenance. I also feel that they should be possibly donating, you know, $500 to the maintenance of that road if they're going to be using it to this extent. So that's what my friendly is.
So your friendly request is that staff report back in Q1 of 2021 with an update on the road segment before continuing on from there, is that?
Yes, but also bylaw, because there's been times when, everyone, staff, bylaw, and...
Issues over the course of up till that point?
Yes.
To give you a report back?
Because if there's no problems, then there's no problems. But if there's problems, then, you know, I don't know if it...
Well, let's ask Councillor Yeo if he'll accept that as a
Thank
friendly
you.
amendment, that everything you said is okay, just can we put a time limit on it to see how it goes?
Yeah, I'm agreeable to that. The timeline itself, I think, we're already in July. So I'd like to maybe see Q3 of 2021, at least give them the benefit of a full year.
The season starts now, really, so I think it's on, you know.
Well, he's saying this year and next summer, and then in the fall, over the course of the next 2 summers, this summer and next summer, and in the fall, let's have a look and see where it's going. That's not what you're looking for? Okay. So he's not accepting your...
Sorry, in all due respect, that is 1 year. I asked for it at the beginning of Q3, which is July 1st next year, which is next Wednesday. That is a year.
I'm asking for this season.
So not accepted as a friendly? Okay. So the motion on the floor stands. Councillor Dunn, you seconded it. Any other questions or comments on the motion on the floor? You can do a follow-up if you choose to try and get that through. I'm going to call the question. I'm going to support your motion. I think it's an ask, and it's an easy ask, and I think you know, that if the residents know this has been in front of council, and if they, I want to say abuse the privilege, but if they start creating all sorts of issues down there, they're going to have to know that this is going to come back to council, and council will make another decision. So I have no issue with your motion at creating 3 spaces. I think it's a good starting point, and let's see how it goes. And I think everybody needs to, you know, calm down a little bit. And we've got a piece of property here with an easement, and you know, there's comments about people flying down the road and danger to kids, and we're talking about 3 parking places. Like, I think we're blowing things a little bit out of proportion. So I think it's a reasonable request, and I'll support your motion. So do you want to sum up? Nope. I'll call the question. All in favor? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Motion passes. Did you have a follow-up?
I do. I would like to add the $500 be donated to the East Beehive Association for the maintenance of the road. Yeah, so the Country Club Estates, or whatever they're called, CHCH, donate $500 to the maintenance of the road. Yeah.
$500 to the maintenance of the road to Beehive Estates for the maintenance of the road.
Yeah, for the maintenance.
Annually?
Well, we're only doing it for 1 year.
No, the motion was open-ended. You wanted 1 year, that got turned down.
Well, also, I want it then 2 years. I want it for the 1 year.
So your
follow-up-
follow-up
my
motion
follow-up
then
is
is
motion.
that $500 annually be
Annual.
requested to go to the Beehive
Yes.
Road Association, and
For maintenance.
that staff report back when? Q1 of
Q2.
2021?
Q2 is fine.
Q2 of 2021?
Yes.
Because the councillor was just suggesting Q3. You're off by 1 month. So I think but that's fine. That's your motion.
Okay,
So
well, if it's Q3 is the end of June,
Q2
right?
and Q3 is 1 day.
Yeah, okay, that's
right?
fine.
So,
Q3.
well, no.
That's fine.
Okay, we're past the first motion. The first motion is passed. So your follow-up motion is the $500 annually. And when do you want staff to report back with an update on the situation?
So when would that come back if it's Q3? What date would that be?
Well, Q3 is from June 1st, July 1st till end of September.
Okay, so I'm asking for Q2, the end of Q2.
So by the end
By the end of Q2, so the end of
Q2
June,
2021.
Yes, because then it gives enough time to make sure that everybody's getting along. This is the thing,
That's
people
fine.
are
Let
not
me see
getting
if we
along.
get a seconder, and then you can speak to it. Does anybody want to second that? Councillor Elmsley, go ahead.
These are 2 communities that really should be getting along, and there's no reason why, you know, people can't walk and use a beach that they have deeded access to, and other people can't allow 3 cars to park. And it's been very, very contentious and heated arguments, and it needs to stop. And I think it's stressing everybody out over parking to be able to walk to a beach. So I think if we have the 3 parking spots, there's not 5 cars down there, there's not excessive speeding, there's not any issues, then in a year from now, they come back, then we should be fine. And hopefully this is dealt with once and for all, and it's not back and forth in front of council and in front of staff.
Councillor Elmsley, you seconded it?
Yeah, just very briefly, I think the local councillor has insight into the situation, and I think that she's making a valid point that let's give it a test for a year and see how things go.
Okay, so I have a question for you, Robin. We've we've passed a motion earlier that this 3 parking places be put in place. We're now passing a follow-up motion that this association be required to give $500. Obviously, if the motion fails, it fails, but if the motion passes, can we make that? Because it's not a condition of the first motion, it's just a follow-up motion. So if we pass this, that they have to pay the $500 to the Beehive for the road maintenance, and they say, we're not gonna pay it, the first motion, we really have no recourse there, do we? I mean, it just seems like 2 separate issues. So can you clarify or not?
So if you have a motion already passed that allows for a 3 spots license, and additional to that, you add a further requirement on the operation of the former resolution that there be a donation made, what I would do in creating the license is make that one of the terms of the license is the annual donation. And I would read them together.
If the motion passes, then they would be put on the same license together as part of the requirement.
That's correct.
Perfect, thank you. Okay, let me see if there's any other questions, and then you can sum up, huh? Yeah, go ahead.
So my question is, I guess Public Works would be down there with them, or Public Works would decide where the 3 spots would go. Not that we're actually creating 3 parking spots. Is there's space there? Like, how are we going to do this? Who's going to determine where the parking is?
Sorry? Yeah, yeah, well, let's ask Robin. There's spaces already there at the end, so I think it's just passing a license that they're allowed to utilize that for 3 parking places. There's nothing new that has to be created, but it's against that fence at the end of the road. So certainly not going to be in anybody's way. Is that correct, Robin?
That is correct. And in fact, the first deputant, I believe it was, alluded to the fact that this had, or sorry, it was the second deputant, had alluded to the fact that this parking at the end had been going on for some time now, and this would simply legalize that. Also, we have a no parking bylaw 2018-196 with signs posted. So we would need to make sure the signs accordingly are to that portion of the road only, that is the traveled portion of the road and not this end area. The concern with the proposal advanced is that there had been numerous parking complaints on that road, which is unassumed. And as a result of that, those complaints, even in light of the 3 parking spaces that could exist in its sort of natural treed built form, if you will, right now, that those probably will continue to persist as they had up until 2018, which necessitated the no parking bylaw. So, so that is the reason why when this matter came to Land Management Committee, it actually came from the Country Club Estates as a request with a map showing where they intended to just do some grass cutting to formalize their parking spots. And that would keep matters pretty much as they have been since 2004, which has been the source of many complaints to Realty Services and to municipal law enforcement.
Well, hopefully this clears it up a little bit for everybody, but just for clarification, Elmer Drive and Clonsilla Drive, the no parking will continue. The bylaw for no parking continues in that area and certainly should be enforced like no parking is everywhere else. We're just talking about the road allowance portion at the end. We'll take that out of the bylaw so they're allowed to park there, but everywhere else they're not allowed to park, correct? According to the current bylaw.
Yes, correct.
Thank you.
Correct.
Councillor Dunn?
Yeah, I got a couple questions about this $500. Okay, so now rather than allowing parking, we're licensing parking because we're requiring the people up in wherever it is, Heights Estates, to pay $500 for that parking. So what happens if somebody that on Consilla decides, well, I'm going to just go park there and crowd it up? He's not paying for it. The guys up at the other subdivision are paying for it. What if Pat Dunn wants to go up there and sneak down to the beach and park there? You know, like I have a problem with this $500 because, and it's not the $500. But we've gone from allowing parking to licensing parking to a restricted group of people that are paying for it. So unless Robin can convince me I'm wrong, why would I support this?
And the counselor makes a very good point. The creation of the parking spaces, the license would be for the creation of the parking spaces, but the city wouldn't be restricting the access to certain individuals. The city would not be getting into policing if it was a resident on East Beehive that had a house party and wanted to use the spaces, or otherwise that would be a very difficult and time-consuming license to enforce.
Hasn't convinced you, has she? Councillor Elmsley, question?
My assumption is that the $500 is going to Beehive to offset the cost of maintaining the road, because they're going to be driving down there and using the road. It's not necessarily for the parking. The $500 won't be coming to the city of Kawartha Lakes. It'll be going to the other cottage association to offset their costs of maintaining the road, which I think they said was anywhere from $4,000 to $7,000 a year.
Right, but they're linked. Without the parking places, they wouldn't be paying the fine. So in effect, they're paying for the parking places, you know, for access to those parking places. So they're linked one way or the other. Without the parking, you wouldn't be paying the $500. So any further questions or comments on this motion? Do you want to sum up, Councillor?
Thank you. I hope you support this because, like I said, it's a long-standing issues with both ends of the residence. Now, with in regards to someone else parking down there, this is a street with 24 people who live on it. Nobody else goes down there, only the residents and their families. Now, the people from Country Club Estates will be allowed down there and allowed to park down there, so they'll be using the roadway as well, so paying, 10% of the cost of the road. And if they're using 4 people a day, I don't know how many cars a day, but they're using it. So I think it's only fair that they maintain it, and I don't think that they'd have an issue with it. So I just hope that everyone supports me because I just want this over with, to be honest.
Everybody's wearing their heart on the sleeve today, aren't they? So we'll call the question. Everybody's clear on the motion? Okay, we'll call the question. All in favor? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Motion passes. Okay. Next report. Thanks, Robin. The next one is the temporary 912, the temporary disposition acquisition of land for title correction, portion of Pigeon Lake Road. It's a motion that it be received. I don't know if you remember this. Robbins can give us a quick overview. This has been dealt with. So we were asked to bring a report back to council, or staff was asked to bring a report back to council for a deputation that was made to help with a title transfer. They worked it out on their own. It's done, but they just brought the report back as a direction of council to let you know that the loop has been closed. Have I missed anything, Robin?
Nothing. That's a perfect summary. Thank you.
Thank you. So it's that the temporary disposition acquisition of land for title correction purposes, portion of Pigeon Lake Road, be received. That's it. Can I get a mover? Councillor Ashmore and Vale. Questions? All in favor? That's passed. Okay. Thanks, Robin. Appreciate it. We'll move into item planning reports. Is Ian, we're just going to keep going here. Is that okay with everybody? Is Ian available on our Zoom? We got 2 planning reports, so we're going to ask him for a quick 2-minute overview, and then we'll deal with the planning reports. Hello, Ian. Thanks for hanging in there with us. Appreciate that. So the first one is the zoning bylaw amendment for convenience store, Kawartha Lakes Road 48 in Bexley, previous Bexley. You're the planning officer, Gull River Range. Go ahead.
Thank you. Through you, Mayor Latham. This application first came to Planning Advisory Committee for the public meeting January 16th of 2019. There were a few issues to sort out as far as traffic, which MTO is now signed off on. The remainder of the traffic concerns will be dealt with through the subsequent site plan application that will be forthcoming. As of today, there was a bit of back and forth correspondence with the applicant. Based on the report as written, I will now be making a slightly revised recommendation on this application due to that back and forth correspondence. I believe a copy of that correspondence has been provided in your packages today. Mainly there was one person who'd pointed out an interest in terms of the proposed record of site condition. The correspondence, you have it from DC Planning Services. The applicant then provided a response to that in regards to the use, and they were suggesting to not have the holding provision on it at all, and have then also reached out to Ministry of Environment, Conservation and Parks. So actually, while this council meeting was going on today, I've had a bit of back and forth with them and the ministry, and the ministry has determined that there is an existing dwelling unit above the building that's on the site today, and therefore if they're demolishing and replacing with the same type of format, they would not be subject to a record of site condition for this proposed new redevelopment of the site. On that basis, I will be providing a slightly revised recommendation. So I'll give you that information, the recommendation. What we would be doing is not putting the holding provision on the zoning. So the draft zoning bylaw would be slightly different. I'm going to see if I can provide you here a screenshot. So it should be showing the proposed draft bylaw here. Couple minor changes just under the recital section. We don't need to refer to section 36 of the Planning Act because that's the piece that gives us the holding provision. We remove all reference in the draft bylaw to the holding provision, and we would remove anything here that notes that until it's been removed, only the commercial uses would be permitted. And again, after all other provisions of subsections 15.2 and 3.14.2.2 shall apply, we would remove the piece that speaks about doing the record of site condition there. And then under the schedule amendment, we would just remove reference to the holding provision. And again, at the very effective date at the end, removing the reference to section 36 of the Planning Act. So on that basis, my recommendation would be to take the recommendations as it's written, and within the second that, we note that the zoning bylaw amendment substantially in the form attached as Appendix D to Report Plan 2020-017, and after the comma, I would just include additional wording, and amendment to remove the holding provision requirements, and then be approved and adopted, and then the remainder of it staying the same. So that would be my revised recommendation for this application. Thank you.
So Ian, is the bylaw in our package as well, that we have to extract and amend the bylaw that goes with it? Is that there as well? Is that what you were showing us?
Yeah. So the bylaw right now would be Appendix D of your report. So in the package, those changes that I've made are just within the SharePoint site on the city's internal website. Those are not in the package. So my recommendation would just be that you include in the recommendation, we just amend the wording in the recommendation to note that the zoning bylaw amendment substantially in the form attached as Appendix D to Report Plan 2020-017, and amended to remove the holding provision requirements, be approved and adopted. So it would just note that we're amending that draft that's in the report before you approve it.
No,
with
got
the
it.
changes I've just shown you here on the screen.
Okay, I think we got it. That makes sense, and that was pretty much answers some of the questions I had from some of the correspondence we received. Do we need to receive this correspondence as part of it? We got additional correspondence here that's not part of our package. Should we not, as part of the motion, receive this correspondence as well, so that if it becomes appealable or whatever, then they're on the record?
You can. The correspondence will automatically go into the planning file. So if the file is appealed, that correspondence actually becomes part of the written record anyways. You can still accept it, or I guess pass a motion to bring it into the record if you wish.
Okay, so why don't we just do then the report, part of Lot 18, Gull River Range, Geographic Township of Bexley, 2489613, Ontario, Inc., application D062018-025, and the correspondence received be received, and that the zoning bylaw amendment substantially in the form attached as Appendix D to Report Plan 220-017 and amended to remove the holding provision be approved and adopted, and that the mayor and clerk be authorized to execute any documents required by the approval of this application. I think that gets us there, correct, Ian?
Correct.
Okay, Councillor Yeo, you'll move that. Thank you. Can I get a seconder? Councillor O'Reilly. Any questions, comments for planner? Councillor Yeo? Nope. Good. Councillor O'Reilly? Good. Call the question. All in favor? That's passed. Thanks, Ian. Appreciate it. Thanks for doing that on the fly. So there's no bylaw in our bylaws that we need to extract to change, is there? Do we need to change that bylaw as well? 1291, so make a note of that when we get to bylaws with all our other extractions. Okay. 1213 will need to be extracted as well. Okay, thanks, Ian. So we'll move down to a 922, which is the telecommunications facility application, Bell Mobility. Go ahead, Ian.
Okay. Thank you, through you, Mr. Mayor. So this application first came to the city in 2014, and as you may recall from last month, we had a telecommunications application here to be endorsed. Again, similar process. The telecom providers need to get endorsement from the local land use authority, in this case being our council for City of Kawartha Lakes. And as part of that endorsement, then they entered into a telecom agreement with the city back in 2015. And they also then entered in, because it's a city-owned property that this tower is proposed on, they also entered into a lease agreement through Realty Services. As such, this report has been co-authored with Sherry Dyer from Realty Services. And they, as part of that, then they get their approvals from the federal government through now Innovation, Science and Economic Development Canada. That approval, then they have to build the tower within 3 years from the start of that, or finish, I guess, conclusion of that consultation. That didn't happen. So we'd reached out to ISED and confirmed with them that they could get an extension if they get it in writing from the municipality that we are still good with that endorsement. So the purpose of this report is now coming back just to confirm that they've done a few other things that we've asked them to do to confirm. One of them, we had to amend our environmental compliance approval for the site because it is a former landfill. So that's through Ministry of Environment, Conservation and Parks. So they've confirmed that this tower will not create a problem from that perspective. So they've said, yes, this is fine. They've amended what we call the ECA. We had Bell confirm that the ownership of the two properties to the east had not changed hands in the last 6 years since their original public consultation was done in 2014. So ownership has not changed on either of those parcels. And of course, the other parcels affected are the city's roadway and this city-owned property. So therefore, we've structured this proposed recommendation such that the endorsement would carry on for 1 year from today if council supports this endorsement, which will again then allow them to go back to industry, Innovation, Science, Economic Development Canada and get their approval. We put a 1-year time frame in there because it's anticipated that they would be starting construction of the tower very quickly. My understanding is they would have already built the thing if they already had permission to do so. So we anticipate it'll be a fairly quick build, and they'll likely get it moving forward. And therefore, we're recommending it be endorsed as written. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Riley, as printed? Thank you. Second by Councillor Vale. Do you want to speak to it? No. Councillor Ashmore, you had a question? Go ahead.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through you to Ian. I know it's been going on for quite a few years, but have the local landowners and residents been consulted? They're not against it, but have they been consulted all this time? And will this be a 5G tower in this location? Have they verified that? Bell?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to Councillor Ashmore. I don't know that Bell has necessarily reconsulted with the neighboring landowners. When they did the circulation back in 2014, they had noted that the radius that they had to circulate didn't actually touch on the neighboring properties to the east. So there's no technical requirement for them to consult with those neighbors. We've just asked that they confirm that that ownership has not changed because they did a consultation back in 2014. No issues were identified at that time. So we just wanted, as an extra level of precaution, to verify that no one, like in the immediate vicinity there, has changed hands of properties before bringing it back before council for endorsement. Now, we, the city, do not have to consult with the other local landowners. That's the responsibility of Bell. And I do not believe that they've done any recent consultation with those neighbors.
Thanks. Yeah, that's one of the things I'm kind of not quite comfortable with, is that I know the landowners to the east and to the north haven't been consulted. Not that they're against it, but this applies to every radio telecommunication tower. I have one going up in Gilmar Road, west of Dunsford. That's the problem with, I guess they've changed their name now, they're ISED. So how does the public get any say, like, in these towers? And if we look to the future, I mean, we may not even need towers with SpaceX bringing in Starlinks in Canada. If we have Starlinks come in, we probably won't even need towers. But anyways, that's not too far off that they'll be doing, and they'll be coming here, which will be really greatly expanding broadband. But right now, we have our own companies like Bell and Rogers, and each one of those companies, they link off, they lease off those towers. So what I'm saying is that I really don't think it's fair. Like, I'm not against the tower, but it's not fair that the residents don't have any say just because it's a federal issue. Like, they should have the opportunity to be at least communicated to, consulted.
More of a comment or a question? Just a comment? Okay. You have anything you want to add to that, Ian, or?
Well, I can note that if council chooses not to endorse the application, it does not stop the proponent from coming back and going through the whole process again from the start. In that case, they actually have to start at square one, doing all of the public consultation, same as they did now. The only other thing they could do differently, perhaps, is reach out to those neighboring landowners just to see if there are concerns, but they're not obligated to if they're not part of that circulation. They are obligated, though, to get confirmation from the local land use authority that we are still in support of the tower. So that's where this application comes in. Again, it's not the city's responsibility to do the public consultation for these types of applications. The public would have a say, though, through the federal government and through that process.
Okay, thank you. Follow up? Yep. So we have a motion on the floor. Any other questions? Call the question. All in favor? That's passed. Follow-up motion, Councillor Ashmore?
Yes, I'd like to follow a motion. Any future developments that adjacent landowners be notified by the city. I know they're notified in the paper, but some people whether they don't live there or not, they don't read the paper or just didn't see it. But I really think that we should be notifying them, just out of courtesy. And when
I think we do. I think it's part of the public process. So unless I'm mistaken, the whole public process is posting signs, and for any kind of planning, you know, rezoning, we've got pretty extensive. This was done back in 2014, so I think that's where we're just continuing on with something that's already done as a public process. Go ahead, Ian.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just to clarify on that point, the telecom applications, because they're federal jurisdiction and the city has a telecom policy, we leave all public consultation to the telecom providers to do, and they then have to submit a report to us outlining what their public consultation was. It has to be in accordance with the federal guidelines, and in this case, it was done in accordance with the federal guidelines. It was in 2014, which is why we just asked them to confirm that there'd been no landowner change for the two abutting properties to the east during that time, because that tells us that they did their public circulation, the landowners have not changed, so they were aware of it back in 2014. So if the tower goes up now, you know, they hadn't objected to it back then. I don't see what would be different today if it's still the same landowners. So because the public consultation is done through the federal process for telecom towers, the city does not get involved in that aspect of it. So we would need to amend our telecom policy to basically make a more, I guess, robust city circulation process that would be, I guess, in exceedance of the federal guidelines.
like, I'm not asking for public information meetings or anything like that, but I think that there should be some way of communicating with the public and that this proposed, or a proposed tower is going in your neighborhood. Not that people are that set against it, but they just need to be informed, you know? And they don't, the federal government really, they're not gonna, you know, go an extra effort to communicate with local people here. That's our job. I just think that there should be something that doesn't cost very much, or just, you know, maybe we can keep the letter, we can keep those notices in the paper or something.
So what do we ask for, Ian? What do you suggest? An amendment or a report come back on adjustments to our tower policy, enhancing our public notification for our tower policy with a few options for council? What's the best way to, hey, pay attention here, because this is your motion. What do you think is the best way to get something to come back to have a few options for more public consultation?
Well, the federal government, through their guidelines, have laid out a typical public consultation process for towers. It's not typical that we would see one coming back more than 3 years later. Usually they're going to get their approvals, they're going to build the thing right away. They're not going to wait more than 3 years. In this case, Bell, for whatever reason, once they got the approval, I guess internally decided that they didn't have the money or didn't want to spend the money on putting the tower up. So they sat on the approval for 5 years before reviving the idea.
So you think the current...
One is we don't endorse or re-endorse this for another year, and we say, go back and start at the beginning, do your public consultation, all as it was done back in 2014. So they just, in essence, start at the beginning and redo it. The other option is that we can endorse this.
Ian, just for clarification.
Nothing further as far as, yeah.
Just for clarification, this motion's been passed. This is a follow-up motion. So I think he's just talking about in the future, if any tower policies, but I think the CAO wants to comment. He's giving me the hand signal. So let me hear what CAO has to say over there. Go ahead.
Through you, Mr. Mayor. So the planner is definitely correct. It's not a Planning Act prescribed process. So this would be solely at your discretion, a process that you would want to add to what is already permitted or required. Really, the option is as described. In the future, if you're not confident that there was public consultation that already has happened because time has elapsed, then you shouldn't approve it. You should send it back and start that process again. But I think your policy is already well drafted, and it requires proponents to prove that they've done consultation. So really, the question would be back to council, what is that time period that's elapsed where it's still meaningful, or you should check in again and have it required? So my recommendation would be to stick with your policy as is, but in the future, if you are making decisions on these projects, you should determine if it should go back for consultation as prescribed.
So when it comes to council, we can deal with the public consultation process. If we're not satisfied, send it back for more, and I think that covers under our current policy. You okay with that? Okay. Thanks, Ian. Appreciate it. Thanks, Ron. So that's that one. So we'll move on to correspondence. Thanks, Ian. Appreciate it. Memo. The first memo is a memorandum regarding an update from the Economic Recovery Task Force. I'm not going to read it all. It's right there, the bylaw to establish repayment. The task force came up with some recommendations to waive some fees. Patio permit fee, the inspection fee for a liquor license is an hourly fee, special event permit, noise exemption application just for any events. If somebody wants to extend an event certain hours, just waive the fee. Park vendor permit for farmers markets, that's a monthly fee. Some of them are on city property. And all park rental fees, just, which is basically people at $20 an hour, they want to do yoga in the park or something. And we just zeroed them for this year because there was some concern from the solicitor about bonusing, to companies if we were waiving a fee. So I think she's still got some concern, but by putting them at zero, we're not waiving anything. We're just changing the fee to zero, and it's just some recommendations to try and give a little bit of relief to some of these. Most of them are nonprofit organizations. Some of the patio permits aren't, but they're expanding, and we're just trying to sort of get them up and running as quick as possible. That's the memo. There's nothing much more to it. So anybody want to move that? Councillor Seymour Fagan, you'll move that, seconded by Councillor O'Reilly. Any questions, comments? All in favor? That's passed. Thank you. 932 is a memorandum regarding access to the unopened road allowance adjacent to Hilton's Point Road. I'll turn that one over to Councillor Yeo. It's more his memo, but we just did it under my name for expediency to get it on the council agenda. There's been a little bit back and forth with staff where this gentleman wants to build a road or wants to build a house, needs access. Doesn't really fall under any of our current policies, so nobody was really sure where to do it. The solicitor is working on a new policy that would apply to this, but you can't have it to council till July, and this gentleman's looking to get started on obviously building a house as quick as possible. So this is really just grandfathering in this one time a driveway to allow him access to his property to start building a home. I don't know if I miss anything, Councillor Yeo? No. So if you want to move the memorandum as printed? Thank you. Anybody second that? Councillor Elmsley, thank you. Questions, comments, all in favor? That's passed. Memorandum regarding an update from the Community Pandemic Recovery Task Force, that it just be received and that council approve an amendment to the Community Pandemic Recovery Task Force terms of reference to permit the appointment of co-chairs. The original terms of reference said a chair and a vice chair, but they want to do it as co-chairs. So I don't believe there's any issues. Councillor Richardson, thank you. And Dunn. And the two co-chairs are? Amy Terrell and Heather Kirby from the Food Source, right. We have a mover and a seconder. All in favor? That's passed. Bylaws. Okay, that's Councillor Elmsley, but let's just make sure we've got 1213. Madam Clerk, we need to extract? You might, but I might not. So 1213, 1214, 1215. The other one's already extracted, so we're just moving 1211, 1212, and 1213. Councillor Elmsley? I don't care what your sheet says. That's what we're doing. Huh? 1211, 1212, and 1213 is extracted. You're right. Sorry. 1211 and 1212 is the two bylaws we're moving right now. Go ahead.
Moved by myself, seconded by Councillor Dunn, that the bylaws shown in section 12.1 of the agenda, namely items 12.1.1 and 12.1.2, be read a first, second, and third time, passed, numbered, signed, and the corporate seal attached.
Thank you. All in favor? That's passed. So the extracted bylaws, let's do 12.13 by itself, because the other three sort of fall under taxes, and I know the director's on the line to sort of just give us, it's really just some housekeeping, but I let her explain it because I don't think I can do it. 12.13, what do we have to do? Do we just moving that bylaw as amended? As amended? You'll do that, Councillor Elmsley, go ahead.
That bylaw 12.1.3 be read a first, second, and third time as amended, passed, numbered, signed, and the corporate seal attached.
Seconded by Councillor Dunn. All in favor? That's passed. Can we dial in Director Stover just for a quick update on 12.14, 12.15, and 12.21? I think we can do them all at the same time. Hello, Director. Thank you for sticking with us. You want to give us a quick update on these three bylaws? I think we can probably pass all three at one time if what you tell us makes sense. Go ahead.
Sure. So in front of you, you've got the three bylaws, 12.1.4, 12.1.5, and 12.2.1. If you remember back on May 26th, we brought a report forward to council with some tax policy decisions that we needed council approval on. One of the recommendations that came out of that meeting was that the tax rate reduction for vacant and excess land in the commercial industrial class be set at 30% and 35% respectively. That's a normal policy that we would approve each and every year. Unfortunately, when the bylaw was being put together, staff erred in including that direction in the original bylaws that were provided to council with the agenda. So we pulled all three bylaws just so we had the opportunity to review them, make sure that that council direction got included in the bylaw. So I believe 12.1.4, which is the bylaw to limit the tax decreases on commercial, industrial, multi-residential properties, that bylaw remains unchanged. But bylaw 12.1 or item 12.1.5, which was the bylaw to establish the 2020 tax rate, that bylaw has changed to take into account this direction from council. And then bylaw, the item 12.2.1, which is the bylaw to set the tax rate reduction for the prescribed subclasses in the city of Kawartha Lakes. That bylaw was also amended to include this policy decision that was made on May 26th.
So those three bylaws that are being changed in front of us now are being changed to follow the direction of council from a month ago, correct?
Correct.
Okay. So is anybody, Councillor, will you move those three? 12.14, 12.15, and 12.21?
I'm wondering, because 12.14 is not changed, should we do it separately? Because it won't be as amended, because it's not amended?
I don't know if they're being amended.
No, so Councillor Elmsley is correct. 12.1.4, as I understand it, has not changed from what was in the council package, but the other two bylaws have. That said, if you want to approve all of them as amended, I believe, you could check with the clerk, but I believe that she has received all three of those bylaws this morning as new bylaws.
Yeah, I'm fine doing it. I just thought, I heard that 12.14, there were no amendments to it.
Well, we have three new bylaws in our package, so we can consider them
Okay.
amended, whether there was a change or not. So you can do all three at the same time
Yeah.
if you're, go ahead.
Moved by myself, seconded by Councillor Dunn, that bylaws 12.1.4, 12.1.5, 12.2.1, be read a first, second, and third time, passed, numbered, signed, as amended and the corporate seal attached.
Thank you. Any questions? All in favor? That's passed. Thank you, Director. Appreciate it. We're good? We have no notice of motion. We need to go into closed session for a quick item, so we'll take a couple minutes while we adoption. I'll just ask that while we're in open, an adoption of the closed session agenda. Can I get a motion for that? Councilor O'Reilly and Dunn, all in favor? Any disclosure of pecuniary interest in closed session? Seeing none, we'll take a couple minutes while we shut off the cameras and go into closed. Thank you. We got a motion coming out of closed session. Madam Clerk?
Matters coming from closed session to rise and report that the minutes of the closed session for March 19th, closed session for May 26th be approved. And then a motion is required by council. The motion goes that the staff be authorized to advise the Association of Municipalities of Ontario that the city would like to transition their Blue Box program to full responsibility in 2023, and that the resolution be forwarded to the Association of Municipalities of Ontario, AMO, and the Ontario Ministry of Environment, Conservation and Parks.
Thank you. Get a mover. Councillor Seymour Fagan, seconded by Councillor Dunn. Questions, comments, all in favor? That's passed. And a confirming bylaw, Councillor Vale.
Moved by myself, seconded by Councillor Richardson, that a bylaw to confirm the proceedings of a regular council meeting held Tuesday, June 23rd, 2020, be read a first, second, third time, passed, numbered, signed, and the corporate seal attached.
Thank you. All in favor? That's passed. And a motion to adjourn. Councillor Yeo and Councillor Elmsley, all in favor? That's passed. Please grab your red T-shirt, if you would, on your way out, on the bench out there, and we're going to send you a Zoom invite. And if you can tune in on Thursday for 5 minutes, we're going to do a little Happy Canada Day as a council. We'll do it over Zoom where everybody wears their red T-shirt, and then if you want to be part of that. So we'll send you an invite.